the revenue impacts are, so looking at the sales tax. And then the general fund balance, looking at our impacts to the general fund due to our forecasting of what we see in the future for revenue. And then other funds, what the impact we see there, and potential revenues, which we've discussed with you previously, and also Kathy has sent out to you previously the list of those potential revenues. And then any questions that you may have. So on the economic outlook for Colorado and Denver, they actually have not provided any new updates. The information that's on the slide today is just a reminder of what they provided previously, that Colorado in the next over 2020 and 2021, they expect that they're going to have a decline of about 2.4 billion. And for Denver, that they're projecting a 226 million budget gap for 2020 in the general fund, which is about a 10.5% decline. And just a reminder, they are also on the June to June forecast. So they're talking about June to June in terms of their decline for 2020. And then unemployment was updated, and that's at 10.2% versus 12.2% in April. However, what the commentary says is they are expecting that to continue to fluctuate. So it's not something that you would depend on that's going to continue to be that percentage for the rest of the year. So that'll continue to be updated. For May sales tax, we actually, I'm surprised to say that it's a 16% decline versus May of 2019. And we were expecting more around the 20% decline. This is preliminary numbers, so we do not know that for sure it'll be around 16, but that's our best guess right now, which is better than what we were expecting. We're expecting around 20 to 25%. Just a reminder, for the April numbers, it was a negative 25% decline. And then for comparison of the different groupings that we have for retail and hotel, it's down 16% or 60%, sorry. And last time it was down 80%. New and used cars is down 42%, which is basically the same as last month. And then restaurants were down 49 last month, and now they're down 35. So it's a little bit better. And the electronic shopping is up 107%. And last time it was 87%. So again, that is versus the May 2019 actuals for sales tax. So you've seen this before. This is the chart which shows you the different distribution. I'm focusing on the box on the left for today, since you've seen that distribution before, and it's basically the same trending as what we've seen before. Reminder that January through February, we did have a decline of 1%, so that was pre-COVID. For March, it was down 15%, April down 25%. Preliminary numbers for May is down 16%. And year to date is down 12%, which is $3.6 million in terms of just sales tax, not total revenue in terms of the decline. So moving on, in terms of our financial challenges that we have from a revenue perspective, there's three groupings in which we're focusing on, and seems to be where we're having our challenges. One is the decline in revenue itself, which, as you know from COVID, we've had a significant decline in sales tax, but we're also seeing that in other areas in revenue. The second area is TABOR, and we have a new challenge with TABOR, not just the limit that we have for TABOR, but also the expectation that our TABOR base will be declining pretty dramatically due to the decline in revenue in 2020. And I'll be talking a little bit more about that in a couple of slides. And then the third area is the fund balance usage, so that our continuous usage of fund balance each year, which is not something that can be sustained. So all three of those impact our financial challenges and impact the way that we'd be spending, because we need to reduce spending in association with our revenue. So here shows you our expectation in terms of revenue, our forecast for revenue. That we, in 2019, just as a reminder, we did have $122.4 million in revenue for the general fund. We're specifically talking about the general fund. And this is after the transfer of TABOR has been taken out. Just a reminder that we did have $7 million taken out of the general fund. In total, it was a $9.2 million over the TABOR limit that was moved to the special TABOR funding. So you can see the decline. So 2019 is the first column, and 2020, the budget, we were estimating we would go up a few $1 million to $124.7 million and still use some of the fund balance of $6.6 million. We're now forecasting that we'll be down to $110 million for our revenue for 2020. And that information will continue to be updated as we get more information. We are expecting that we will have to make reductions due to this decline in revenue. And based on our initial estimates of that reduction, we're also estimating that we'll need to be using some fund balance during that time period as well for 2020 and for 2021. And then we're expecting that the revenue will stay basically flat between 2020 and 2021, and then start to improve in 2022. And we won't actually get back to our 2019 revenue levels until 2023. So part of the reason why we're expecting this very slow incline in the revenue is because of the TABOR restrictions, which I'll talk about in a moment. We're also anticipating that it's not until 2023 that we would be able to start to reinvest in the city in terms of maintenance or salary increases or anything along those lines. So as you know, in running a business, you can't continue to maintain without doing some reinvestment in the business to maintain the assets and the staff that you have. So then we are anticipating in 2024, we will be increasing in our revenue. So this is the TABOR impact. To talk about what I had mentioned just a moment ago, for 2019, we did have the transfer of a $7.4 million, and in total, it was $9.2 million that moved over the TABOR fund. So anything that was above what the TABOR limit was, just a reminder that that can only be used in 3 areas, which is transportation and infrastructure, open space and parkland for purchasing land, and then police department safety. So the police department safety has a little more flexibility, but the other 2 cannot be used on operations. They have to be new types of investment. So the challenge that we have in 2020 and going forward is not so much of the transferring that limit amount over. As you know, we have we're debruced through 2025, in which anything over the TABOR limit would be transferred over the TABOR fund. However, the new challenge that we have now is that we would have a significant decline, as I showed in the previous slides, in revenue for the general fund. Now, you would think for 2020, we actually would not be transferring anything over to the TABOR, doing the TABOR transfer, because our revenues have declined so much for 2020, or that's what we're anticipating. However, there are two calculations for TABOR. One is total revenue, which we will not meet that limit this year. It's very unlikely we would, so we wouldn't transfer for that. The second calculation is property tax. So property tax, we're expecting that to come in about where it was in the previous year, and that's because this is a non-assessment year. So property tax will be impacted by COVID at some point, but when they do the reassessment, so I expect in probably 2021, we'll have an impact from that, but we won't for 2020. So we'll have to transfer $1.8 million over. The calculation is we transfer $1.8 million over for those three uses for TABOR, which will be coming out of operations funding. So even though we have a very sharp decline in revenue, we'll still have to transfer more money over. And that's because of this second calculation. For 2021 and 2022 and 2023, we actually will have an impact of the base for TABOR being reduced considerably. So part of the rules within TABOR is that once the base declines, so the amount of revenue we collect, that is the new starting point. We cannot go back to what we collected previously. So for 2021, what that means is even though we will have significantly less revenue for that year, we will still need to transfer an estimated amount of $5.5 million. And for 2022, we'll need to transfer about $3.5 million, and then 2023, $2.5 million for those special uses. And we can't use it for operations. And that estimate is based on that we're expecting inflation to come back to about a 3%. If inflation stagnates, then we'll have to continue to give $5.5 million over to that special fund, and it'll come out of our operations funding. So that's that ratcheting down effect. If you've heard it from that wording, that's the impact from the TABOR base dropping a considerable amount in 1 year. For the general fund, estimated expense reductions. So this is, we talked about the revenue side. Now we have to talk about the expenses. The expenses have to be adjusted in order to adjust for how much our revenues are coming down. These are still estimations. We haven't finalized what those reductions will be, but this is our best guess at this point, that we will have to make a reduction of $17 million over 2020 and 2021. We've already identified $6 million in reduction, and this is from the vacancy savings that had been established, that we would not be filling any open positions from the city manager, and then also operating expense reductions, that we would not make any increases from 19 to 20. We still have, if our target still is 17 million, we would still have 11 million still to be reduced. And each director has been working on plans for identifying where those reductions would come from. Even if we're not finalized on what our amount of reduction is, they're working on that and preparing that for a review with Kathy. And overall, just to give you a sense, versus the 2020 budget, that by the end of 2021, that will be a 13% reduction. So the other funds that we have to consider is also the capital fund, which we also think will have a fairly large impact. It'll be estimated at a 10% right now, still working on that. But that's due to the same factors as the general fund, that we have a lower sales tax, and the longer term implications of reduced funding over multiple years is being evaluated for the capital fund. As we mentioned with the general fund, we can't reinvest in the city until starting to do that in 2023, and that would be at a minimal amount of 3%. Capital fund, the purpose of the capital fund is reinvesting. So we'll have to evaluate that. Excuse me. Sorry about that.
You're fine. Take your time.
So the enterprise fund, sorry, hold on a moment.
If you want to just take a quick minute, we can just read through the slide and we'll be good.
Yeah.
Please.
Mayor, would you allow me just to say a few words? I can
Please.
give a little more context to the slide.
Yes, please, Ms. Hodson.
Okay, so here's what we're seeing. Thank you. Here's what we're seeing in the enterprise funds. That's the golf course fund. Originally, we had thought we were going to see a real decline, but as you can imagine, a lot of people are out on the golf courses. So we're seeing that demand has really returned. So we're not especially concerned about the enterprise fund. As it relates to the special revenue funds, economic development, as you're well aware, that's our lodgers tax, our hotel tax. We've seen a significant decline of about 18% to date compared to the 2020 budget. However, that fund happens to have pretty good reserves. So we believe the economic development fund is in pretty good shape. Open space fund, that's an assessment, that's a county tax. And it looks like we're not seeing any real impact on that particular fund. That's an open space fund. And then finally, conservation trust fund. Remember, that's gained from the sales of lottery tickets and all of the lottery games. And those proceeds are down about 33%. What we have so far is March year to date. So we just wanted to give you kind of an overview of how all of the other funds are doing that aren't general fund funds. How are you doing, Holly? Because we need somebody better than me. You ready?
Thank you for stepping in for me. I'm doing better.
Of course.
So talk to choked up about this subject. I'm good now. Thank you. Okay. So as we talked about, we have the expense side and then we have the revenue side. And we've shared this list with you previously, and I think it was a month ago. And then also Kathy provided the list to you. We've also discussed it with the budget and audit board. So what we wanted to just talk about briefly today is what these items are. So that you could decide what things that you want to explore and not explore. So the first item, the TABOR revenue restrictions, that one is basically looking at, do you want to explore anything with TABOR? So the discussion that we had about TABOR, and that because the base would be declining for 2020, we would have an impact significantly on our revenue. One option that you could have with TABOR is you could go out to, excuse me. You could go out to the voters and, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
You could go out to the voters and you could set the base for TABOR to be at the 2019 level. So the state has done that, where they've had a minimum amount in which they can collect under the TABOR restrictions. So I could answer questions on that if you had other questions on it. For the TABOR exemption, what that is today we have certain exemptions, such as with the grocery tax, we exempt certain specific things with the groceries. So if there's any exemptions that you wanted to no longer have, as a council, you have the authority to stop having those exemptions. And then for a standardized tax code definition, what that is today we would like to look at interpreting the way that we look at the tax code in a little different way and be more consistent with the way that our cities, our local cities interpret the tax code for sales tax, as well as the state, which would then require companies that are external to the city to register with Lakewood and pay sales tax. Legalizing specific business activities is like marijuana and also
short-term rentals.
Short-term rentals, right. And then annexation is if there are certain things that you wanted to annex from Lakewood. Application of fees for use tax. So today, when a company applies for sales tax or sales tax and use tax, they pay an application fee. But if they're only applying for a use tax, there is no application fee. So we'd like to have the same fee for both, or that's the recommendation, if you want to explore that. And then tax-specific services currently exempt. So that's like electronic vehicles that no longer have tax exemptions at the state level, but are still exempted in Lakewood. And then tax items considerably, or the service one is that evaluating luxury or computer subscription services tax. So today, if you pay for a license on computer items, then you pay a tax. But if you're actually paying for a service such as Office 365, then you're not paying a tax. And that's really just a change in business that there's a lot more people that are now, or companies that are now purchasing services versus actually purchasing licenses for computer software. So it's just changing with the times. And then the increase or tax items considered undesirable, that's things like cigarettes or soda. And then increased tax rates, that's just the normal sales tax or increased property tax mills. It's the same sort of thing. And then the last item is municipal court garnishments of wages for outstanding debts and fees. So actually taking the next step of garnishments when debts and fees aren't being paid. So that's a general description of them. Kathy, was there something that you wanted to talk about in terms of the potential revenues?
Yes, thanks, Holly. So actually, staff hasn't done a lot of work on this list that you see in front of you. We put these out here because we were asked to do so, and we got these ideas from other municipalities and other cities and other opportunities that our neighbors take advantage of. So what the next step for us is, if you're interested in staff following up and providing more information and doing the research, we're happy to do that. We just want to get that direction. You're smart about our budgeting and to do everything we can to reduce expenses, et cetera. Or you can say, staff, we want you to look at a few of these and come back to us with a white paper to help us better understand what one of these might mean and how much that might yield in a given year and what that authority is if we wanted to implement it. So is it a vote of the people? Is it a legislative move? What? So Mayor, I would just ask you to take it from here. Maybe think about this in terms of what are the non-starters? What are the ones on this list that you just don't have an appetite to or for, and we should just don't spend. Let's see. Let me make that good grammar. So just don't spend any more time on this, staff. So what are those? And it, like I said, it might be the entire list or what. So we just need a little bit of direction, so we're not spending a lot of staff time on something that really isn't going to get any traction and go anywhere. So Mayor Paul, can I ask you to take the conversation from here?
Certainly, Ms. Hodson, thank you. And I think it's important to just note as well, when we were looking at our council priorities for this year, municipal funding, I think, was either number 1 or 2. So this still continues to be in line with some of the discussion that we laid out at the retreat. But, certainly these are things that are political, things that may not feel comfortable. And it's just a conversation. It's important to note that. So what I would like to do is open it up and certainly get the feedback from our citizen representatives and potentially maybe just go down the line. And if there's an appetite for more information, we're going to need some sort of consensus, because we certainly don't want to have staff doing a lot of work if there's not a consensus, just to get more information. And so before I do that and we go down the list, if there's any questions from any of the council members, I see some hands raised. I'll go to Mr. Skilling, and please unmute yourself when I call on you.
Thank you, Mayor. I think the main question I had for Holly, the annexation of certain residential or commercial areas, is there a specific commercial area that we're looking at or who have expressed interest in coming into the city? Or is that just generic? Because I would certainly be supportive of that. Is that just an idea, or has somebody approached us?
So this list is really from what other cities have done and suggestions that people have brought forward. And that was just a general suggestion. There wasn't any specifics.
And to be really clear, there haven't been any requests on the table to date. It's just, like Holly says, just an idea.
Okay, thank you.
I'll let the record note that Ms. Springsteen has joined us at about 7:30 p.m.
And Mayor, I'm assuming you want me to leave this list up so people can just.
Yeah, let's leave that up, please. All right, so Ms. Gutwein.
Thank you. I just wanted to say right off the bat that I'm not interested in looking at adding taxes on groceries at this time when families are already struggling as it is. I just wouldn't have an appetite for doing that. And I also don't think I would have an appetite for the last one, the municipal court garnishment of wages. So that's just an initial potential way to get the conversation started.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Vincent, you had your hand up and I think I accidentally put it down.
I guess, what, can I just say one last thing?
Sure.
I'm not, in general, doing like an increased property tax mill or increased tax rate, I feel like would just be a very difficult thing at this time. So.
Okay. Ms. Vincent, I think I prematurely put your hand down. Maybe not. I'll then go to the chairman of the Budget Audit Committee, Mr. Beta.
Thank you, Mayor. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I did have something, and I'm sorry, I forgot to unmute myself. Can we go back? I apologize.
Sure.
Okay. The TABOR revenue restrictions, that is separate from what the voters agreed to for the exemption to 2025 for the parks, police, and potholes.
So are you talking about the revenue decline that we're expecting to see for 2021, 22, 23?
Correct. What it says here is the TABOR revenue restrictions.
Oh,
And,
right.
and
Sorry.
we had voted for the restrictions.
Right. So that would be different from the debrucing that you have through 2025. It could be a variety of different things. The one that impacts us the most right now is that the base is expected to be reduced considerably because of the decline in revenue expected for 2020. So you could look at multiple different things, but the debrucing through 2025, those funds are only for very specific things, those 3 areas that we talked about. So you cannot use them for operations.
Okay, thank you. That's what I understood, but I wanted to make sure because there may be questions about that. So thank you.
Yep.
Mr. Beta, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mayor. So just one thought on procedures, try to move this along because we could spend some time on these. And I think it really depends if you really understand some of these, which I'm not sure I do on all of them, to be able to say non-starter. For example, tax exemptions, as Councilor Gutwein mentioned, to the extent that would apply to groceries and tax and groceries, I agree. That's, for me, that would be a non-starter. Well, that's a simple one, but some of these are a little more complicated. I'm just going to throw out the idea, would it be easier if we gave this over to the Budget and Audit Committee to go through this thing and maybe bring back recommendations to council as to which, if any of these, we think are worth exploring? Or is that going to take us too much time? Because the alternative is to go through these tonight and really understand them enough to be able to say, vote on them and say yay or nay. So I'm just trying to move this along, make it a little bit easier and maybe put it to the committee instead. So that's my question more than anything.
Yeah, Mr. Beta, thank you for that. And I think there is some value in that. I certainly think, we have a lot of hands up we're going on here, but yeah, you're right. We have a lot going on tonight. Not potentially, that's why we have a budget and audit committee. I just would want to make sure that council would have the opportunity to really, weigh in and say, hey, these are the things that we feel as a priority. So if we can achieve that balance in another way, or allowing, that to flow to another meeting, I think that would work. But let me just continue to get through council and then we can come back to that. Ms. Franks?
Thanks, Mayor Paul. Councilor Beda, I appreciate that comment, just because I do think that being a data-driven person, it is important to, if I have something that I say is a non-starter, it's still important for me to know what that potential value is. So at least I know this would, if we repealed it, would bring in X dollars. And then if we all still agree it's a non-starter, that's fine. It's just, I think that sometimes you need the numbers, like maybe when we say that, specific taxes, specific things that are currently exempt, what does that entail? What would those bring in? Garnishment of wages. We may say that that's not something we want to do, but what do some of these really bring in? Application fee for a use tax. What's that really? Or is that something that's even going to move the needle? Because I think we need to look at things that are going to move the needle. Those numbers that Ms. Birkeland showed were pretty substantial. And so I think we're going to need to have that context even around the ones that maybe we say are non-starter, but that's just one person's opinion. Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Ludwigson?
Thank you, Adam. I think that the one thing that I would like to consider is this is an opportunity to make consistent and or move things along in a way that are long-term beneficial. So I would leave it to the discretion, obviously, of the elected officials to figure out if increasing tax rates is something that's desirable, because ultimately that's a hard question. That's why y'all got elected to serve in these positions. It's worth understanding what the implications would be in a dollar sense, but I think the challenges in this environment would be something that would be probably a pretty tough call for all of you. The one thing that, or there are several of these that I think would maybe make some sense. I think if I'm understanding the point about the TABOR revenue restrictions, to me that sounds a little bit like resetting the ratchet, which I think that would have a lot of benefit. It would obviously require some interaction with the community to make sure everybody understood what we would be doing there. I think tax exemptions, the grocery tax is something that we've decided, but I think there may be others in that mix that might be useful that would make things more consistent and or take out unfairness. Some things being exempt from tax means the things that aren't exempted have to pay more in order to keep the city going. The legalization, those are tough questions. Again, I think it would be useful to understand, for me to understand the numbers, but I think those are, especially the legalization of marijuana, that's going to be just a question that y'all probably have to answer. I'm not familiar with annexation of anybody that's desired to come into the city and pay taxes, but maybe there's something there. But these others of these, I think you could look at as being opportunities to align more consistently. And I guess I would look to the finance team to see if they thought there were instances where we're not taxing something when others of its sort are being taxed. And are there things that they've identified that would be potential revenue sources and allow us to be philosophically more consistent in terms of how we're trying to charge for services that the city's providing?
Okay. Thank you. So I'm just going up my list. So I have Mr. LeBear, Mr. Scott, Ms. Harrison, Mr. Abel, and Ms. Johnson. And again, these are heavy things. So there was a suggestion to potentially, send this back to the budget and audit, or maybe pick which ones are absolute non-starters for all of council and then send the other ones. So please keep thinking as we move forward. I'm open to your suggestions. Mr. LeBear.
Thanks, Mayor. I just want to mention real quick, I think some of the backdrop of this conversation ended a little bit with our TABOR discussion that we had a few years ago. I just want to remind everyone and people watching that I think some of the discussion was really around there's a changing dynamic of the way sales tax is being collected because of new and online purchases versus people going to mom and pop shops down the street or businesses within city limits. So I think a lot of this discussion, I think, requires some deep analysis that would be hard for a board or a council or to really do itself. I think we could use some analysis perhaps from our finance team that really kind of takes a scientific approach of, how is revenue or how are, is shopping and how are those dynamics changing? So I think that's where some of this conversation started and where it should probably inevitably go to. I agree with what Councilor Frank said about, not necessarily excluding anything, at least in the sense that we should be able to take a look at it and examine it. I think it's unrealistic to think that anytime soon there'll be any type of sales tax or property mill increase. So I'm okay with sort of generally excluding those from looking at it. But I think for analysis purposes, it's helpful to know those things. I'm also Councilor Beta, happy to take this into committee if that's what the council would like to do. But just think that, I think if we could take a little bit of a scientific approach, maybe attach some numbers to some of this stuff, that might give us a better insight. And also, obviously we have some expenses coming down, but if there's specific priorities, like for example, capital improvement projects, obviously there's a lot of support in the community for capital improvement projects. That might be the type of thing where if we can actually peg it to one of these things on our list, it might actually be something that's more palatable. That might be something that voters actually want. So, if you look at, I'm looking through here, but if there's some sort of tax exemption or something that's in place now and people are willing to separate themselves from that, but they're going to, get some new benefit, whether it's a sidewalk or lighting or parks or whatever it is, similar to the TABOR thing. We obviously saw support for that when the citizens voted to lift those TABOR restrictions. That way they could have those additional dollars. So I think if we think about what the priorities are for the city, that might also help us, and for the residents of the city, I think that it might also help this conversation about revenue and where there might be some interest. Anyway, thanks.
Thanks. Mr. Scott?
Thank you, Mayor. I have a couple questions and I guess some recommendations as a citizen, whether or not this moves to the Budget and Audit Board or whether it stays here. My request would just be an emphasis on equity and on materiality. And so for me, the equity is I would request that council avoid the undesirable taxes and the garnishment. I feel like there's some evidence out there that those disproportionately impact lower income individuals. I would also, I think there's been some, there has been mention from Councilor LeBure, Councilor Gutwein. I would request an avoidance of the property tax mill. I think depending on what goes to the ballot at the state level regarding the Gallagher amendment, that could end up being potentially a double whammy to property owners in Lakewood. So that would be my request as far as respecting equity. And then materiality, Councilor LeBure, I agree with what he said. If there's a way that we can get some research, especially on some of the items that are just more meaningful, maybe the current services that are exempt, I don't know what would be meaningful versus what would just be sort of drops in the buckets, but I think that would be useful. So those are my comments. My question is, when I look back at slide 8, where they talk about a 13% reduction in expenses in the general fund, and I look back at slide 6 that shows the reduction in revenue, that seems to be about a 13% projection for a reduction in revenue. And so my question is 2 parts. Number one, does this mean that you're currently modeling a budget for FY20 that's sort of breaking even without really accessing reserves? So I'll ask that question, then I'll ask the follow-up.
So we will be accessing reserves. If I show you, if I go back here, you can see that we're expecting to use $6.6 million in reserves for 2020, and then $6.9 million in reserves for 2021. So we still would be dipping into reserves and reducing how much we have in the general fund reserves. But the amount that we would have to reduce is offsetting the remainder of that. So historically, you can see here, we have been dipping into the reserves. So it's continuing on that path of dipping into it until we can get a sustainable level in 2022 to be able to no longer be dipping into the reserves and starting to add to them so that we can actually reinvest in the city. Does that answer your question?
It does. And so my follow-up question is, what kind of forecasting is being done, assuming no new revenue sources, and just, quote unquote, waiting this out, continuing to access reserves minimally if needed, but just kind of weathering the storm and riding the wave? I hate to use some colloquialism, but that's kind of the best verbiage I've got right now. What kind of forecasting is being done assuming no new revenue sources?
So that's what this assumes, is no new revenue sources. So awesome. If you were going to pursue new revenue sources, that would improve this in this situation, or the potential of reductions that you can see here. It would improve that situation if you were to get more revenue and new sources.
And those revenue projections, do those assume sort of just corresponding break-even expenses? So there's not really any contribution to fund balance in the years going forward?
So the contribution of fund balance won't start until 2023. And that would be also at the point in which we could reinvest about 3% into the organization. So the assumption is that in this forecast, the assumption is there'll be no salary increases until 2023, and there'll be no reinvestment in the organization. So no increase in maintenance or anything else that would need to be purchased would have to be maintained within the reduced budget, which is forecasted.
Got it. Thank you. Those are my questions and comments. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Remember that this is still estimates of where we think we're going to end up. It's not finalized.
Got it. Thank you.
Saracen?
My questions, Holly, would be how quickly do you need an answer, or how quickly do we need to make decisions? That's the first question.
And maybe Ms. Hodson, do you want to weigh into that? Because I know this will touch a lot of different departments as well.
Yeah, it really depends on how you direct us to move forward. So certainly none of this can happen in a quick way. And while I have the floor, another option might be for staff to do like a white paper on each one, and to do a little more detail in terms of what the description is, and then do some approximations in terms of what kind of funds that might yield. I mean, we can do that too, send that to Budget and Audit Committee, let them spend some time really asking questions and looking at it, and then that can be forwarded to the City Council. There's a lot of different ways we can do that. Councilor Harrison, frankly, if this amounts to going to the vote of the people, that probably, we're really running out of time for that. So
that's my concern.
That may not be a realistic goal for this particular round, but we're really looking at the systemic problem, and we're looking at our finances from a long view perspective. So to say we need to race to the ballot probably isn't necessarily the best approach. So how's that for we can go quickly if you'd like, or we can take our time and be really thoughtful about it and make meaningful decisions. We just wanted to make sure you saw this. As Councilor LeBure had said, we've talked about this a few times, and we just don't want to lose these options. And they are big decisions. This is probably going to take a lot of thought on your part and conversations with your constituents as well. So it's really up to you how fast or how slow you want to go with this. How's that for kind of a non-answer?
That's okay. So given that information, it feels like to me that we probably can't go to ballot with any of this. So it sounds like the process that would work best and give all of us the most comfort would be white papers from staff and kind of an idea, a guesstimate of what each one of these might render. Then we could bring it back and go with it. I don't think the voters right now would be thrilled about any kind of a tax rate increase, knowing full well, the coffers are getting empty. For me, the non-starters are an annexation is not something that I really want to do. I also do not want to necessarily remove implement the grocery tax again. I don't like either one of those ideas. I think property tax mill will also be a problem. So those are the three that kind of I don't really like. Obviously, if they generate something and the rest of council wants to go that way, we can do it. But I think that the process right now does need to go back to staff, and then with a little bit more information from Budget and Audit Committee, then we can come back to council with some suggestions. That's all for me.
Great. Mr. Abel, then Ms. Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor. I agree with the equity call that we need to make sure that we don't put a larger burden on the backs of folks who can hardly afford to live in Lakewood now. So that would be the grocery tax and the garnishment on court fees and such. Folks are down to their last buck and they can't pay their wages, then what do we do? Or their fines. I think we do need to remember, though, that a lot of these things came from community votes. The TABOR exemptions. The public said, no, this is what we want to spend it for. Or we said, this is what we will spend it for if you will allow us. They allowed us, and now changing the rules in midstream would be touchy for me. The property taxes. Seniors have just lost their property tax reduction from the county or from the state. A double lick wouldn't help them at all. So I think we need to increase the revenue from sources that can afford it the easiest. And I think it's for all of council to decide. If Mr. Beta's committee, though, can whittle this down for us a little bit and maybe focus it a little bit more sharply, I'm all for that. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Johnson?
Thank you. Each one of you have had some excellent ideas. And I do agree, this needs more conversation. I like the idea of perhaps having an emergency budget and audit meeting. And if possible, having the white papers as quickly as possible to get to that committee. Also, there's a lot to be said for public perception. And we are looking at raising revenues in a variety of ways. But it as uncomfortable as the conversation is regarding expenditures, that also needs to be part of the conversation. And all of us understand that none of us like to even broach the topic of furloughs of any kind or temporary pauses in the 3% increase that was given. I did mention at one point that in Durango, The hourly employees are taking 1 day a week off, and it's a pause, I think, for 4 or 5 months. And the entire staff, otherwise that is salaried, is taking a 20% reduction in staff for a few months. With so many people that have lost their jobs, I think that the public is looking to us to set the standard as well and to be role models of what it means to tighten our belts. I would just like to mention that annexation of residential long-term is a negative. They require a lot more city services. Long-term annexation of commercial is more of a positive. But this again needs to have a white paper study. And I think that time is of the essence. There are some of these things that actually the voters need to weigh in. And although we're getting close to the time to get it onto the ballot this time, that might be the appropriate thing to do. Let's see here. I thank you. I think that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Great, thank you. So, and I think it's important to keep in mind the financial downturn and some of the things we're going to see. It's not only going to be this year, it's going to continue, as you've seen, in the next couple of years. So, the urgency to push something, I mean, this needs to be put together throughout the community and really have community stakeholders and input. So me personally, I would caution trying to rush something out this year, especially with where we're at. But I think the idea of a white paper on a narrowed down list and something that can then be discussed in the Budget and Audit Committee is a consensus that I'm hearing. I'm also hearing that there's probably some things we can kick off. And if you don't feel like we can kick it off, just speak up. But it sounds like municipal court garnishment of wages is something that should be kicked off. I haven't heard any comments that people want to keep that on. Okay, I haven't heard anybody want to try to look at a property tax mill increase or an increased tax rate at this point. Would that be fair to say? Okay. So that leaves us, and just for clarification, Ms. Bjorklund, there was a question about TABOR revenue and the restriction via the voters of the TABOR timeout to 2025. That's not what we're talking about here. This is more talking about the ratchet effect and changing that baseline. Is that accurate?
That's correct. That
Okay.
2025 would continue in place, and those funds that would be transferred over would come from operations because of the ratcheting down effect.
Okay. And the other ones that I have heard, I haven't heard anybody that's really interested in an annexation of residential, potentially commercial. I don't know what that would look like. And I guess if there's anything else, I have 3 hands up. I have Ms. Vincent, then Mr. Abel, then Ms. Gutwein.
Yes, thank you. I did not hear a lot of appetite for looking at putting back the grocery tax.
Oh yeah, thank you very much.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. And
Mayor?
yes.
And I just wanted to make a comment on that. On the tax exemption, the grocery tax was just one example. There are other exemptions that we have, such as electronic vehicles and non-essential accessory foods, carry out, things like that. So we could provide a list of what's included in those tax exemptions beyond just the groceries, if that's something you're interested in.
Sure. Okay, that makes sense. Thank you. Mr. Abel.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I agree. The grocery tax sounds like nobody has, pun intended, a stomach for it. But there are, as Ms. Bjorklund just mentioned, there are things like those take home your meal kit. It's not actually prepared in the deli, but it is a rather expensive meal with all the ingredients put together. And I think we could put a tax on something like that the way we do with deli food. But again, these things that voters have turned down at the ballot, I think we need to tread very lightly on. Thank you.
So I have Ms. Gutwein and Mr. Ludwigson.
Thank you. I agree that this is a good way to move forward with the whittled down list and the white papers. I do think that it is wise to make very thoughtful decisions, and that can mean that it takes a long time. However, I do also think that we shouldn't immediately rule out the possibility that we, if we decide as a body, for example, that essentially resetting the ratchet is something that we want to consider. I don't think that we should just, I think we should give ourselves the opportunity to discuss this with the community this year, because we are going to be facing real budgetary consequences this year and for the next 4 years at minimum. And that particular one does not result in an increase in taxes for the community. So I think, if we can move in a reasonably fast pace, I think that we might want to do that.
And then Mr. Ludwigson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I did want to just mention, and I think Mr. Scott talked about it a little bit when he was speaking, that it's useful for the community to understand, and I don't know if there's a way to make sure that we communicate this out, that the reserves that have been accumulated are part of the reason that you can have a deliberative process like what we're talking about. I think you're right. We're looking at this list, even the pared down list that the mayor identified, there are things that could happen relatively quickly. There are administrative decisions that either the city manager or the city council or collectively the two units together could make. There are other things that are either legally of the sort that you need to go out to the voters, or they are of the sort that the community ought to be aware of and hear the pros and cons before a decision gets made. I think those are the kinds of things that are in here. So those two categories, but it really is that reserves that are critical to the ability to make this decision. And one thing that would be useful to understand, one of the earlier charts where it was presented the use of reserves, 6.6 and $6.9 million, it would be useful to see what the estimated reserve levels look like over time, because as you use those reserves, obviously there's less available next year for each bit that you're using this year. The other thing that I wanted to bring up was this is the data that we're looking at today are reflective of transactions in May. And it might be useful for the finance team to figure out if there are pulse data available to understand what the situation is in closer to real time. And those might be proxy businesses or a survey of some sort to reach out to businesses that are reflective of the broader revenue trends historically, to look at whether or not they're seeing things in real time that can help the city council and the budget and audit committee understand how things are changing, because the next few months could be a little dicey and running into the end of the year could get tough, even in Colorado, which has done pretty well in the face of COVID. So just a couple of things that I did want to mention, just being able to track that declining revenues or declining reserves and figuring out what the actual economic activity is in something closer to real time, understanding it's not going to be as good as closed book data, but those kind of pulse surveys can be very helpful in these kind of dynamic economic times.
Okay, so I think we have, a decent consensus with a little bit of a scaled down version to start to create some more information, a white paper that can then flow through the Budget and Audit Committee. And as with all committees, I think that recommendations would come out, but council would still have all the information available from all of the uses and be able to have that discussion. So if there's, yes, ma'am.
Can I just reaffirm it looks like, to me, it looks like there were 4 items that were taken from the list. Can I confirm that back?
Yes, please.
The first one was the tax exemptions, specifically on grocery. The next one was an increase in the tax rate.
Yep.
The next one was an increase in the property tax mill. And the final one that we're pulling off the list would be the municipal court garnishment of wages associated with debts and fees.
And yes, and I think there's one more, and it relates to the residential annexation.
Oh, I'm sorry. I knew there was another one. So annexation of residential.
Yep.
Got it. Thank you.
All right. So Ms. Bjorklund, one last question, and we have a public input portion that will come up next, is will you make sure that we can have this available and sent to all of council, your presentation, as well as to the Budget and Audit Committee members? This is always very helpful when we're out talking to the community at different meetings. So
Yes, of course.
thank you. Okay, so I'm going to open up the public feedback or your opportunity to ask questions related to the COVID-19 budget impact updates. So we do this at our study sessions, generally on the first and third meetings of the month. This is not general public comment, which we do on the second and fourth. So if you have things related specifically to the COVID-19 budget impact, that'd be great. You'll be 3 minutes is the time limit. I'll let you know when there's 30 seconds and then let you know at when time is up. We ask that you direct your questions to the council and that you try to honor the decorum of the Lakewood City Council. So tonight's phone number is 1-669-900-9128. The webinar ID is 986-4071-1346, and you'll hit *9 if you'd like to weigh in on the budget impact updates. And I will ask our clerk to read the last 4 of the caller.
The last 4 digits of the caller is 0064.
All right, 0064. If you please give us your name and either address or ward would be fantastic, and I'll start your 3 minutes.
0064. Please give us your name and either address or ward would be fantastic, and I'll start your 3 minutes.
Much better. My name is Chris. I live in Arkansas, and my main point is the whole world is watching you people.
My name is Chris.
And you're not doing what the citizens want you to do.
Chris, we got some feedback. If you want to turn your computer off and just talk into the phone, that'd be helpful.
And you're not doing what the citizens want you to do.
You should all become very conscious and responsible and quit and allow reputable people to take your positions and do good for the citizens, not the corporations. That's what you were elected to do, was to be good for the citizens.
Do you have any comments related to the budget this evening?
Why don't you act like that one female counselor that ran on a public forum? Why can't you do your jobs right? What's wrong with you people?
That ran on a public forum. Why can't we do your jobs right?
All right. Do you have anything that you'd like to add related to the budget impact updates tonight?
Yes, on the budget, you should be cutting your government waste instead of trying to increase revenue.
So you guys, they can't limit your conversation to the item at hand in these meetings. So
If you could tie your comments to the budget discussion, that would be great. There's all kinds of ways to do it. Jen 88 was asking how you want to chime in. Yeah, when you call in, if we can repost that number to call in, then they'll chime you in when they need to. There's all kinds of ways to do it. Jen 88 was
All right. Anything else, first caller?
If we can repost that number to call in, then they'll chime you in when they need to. Anything else?
All right, Madam Clerk.
I've said my piece. I just want you people to start doing your jobs as you were elected to do so.
All right. Thank you so much.
I've said my piece. I just want you people to start doing your jobs as you were elected to do so.
Have a
And
nice
remember,
day.
I'm calling from out of state. The world's watching you.
Madam Clerk, next caller, please.
Next caller is phone ending in 5627.
All right, 5267. If you'd give us your name and address or ward, that'd be fantastic, and I'll start your time.
Hello, this is Lynn Judson, Ward 4, and I just wanted to say that I think you're doing a great job during this time, and I want to thank you all. And I did want to consider, I guess, two things in the budget discussion. I think because this may last, this economic downturn may last a lengthy period of time, it might be really wise to make some cuts immediately. And I think, you know, the idea that Ramey Johnson brought up about going to a 4-day week might be a really good way to save. And something modest such as a budget cut for staff, I mean, so that people could keep their jobs but have a little less income so that it could be put toward the revenue stream for the city. And then things that I think you were all saying that you would like to tax things that maybe are more luxury items so that you could not impact those that are already very stressed. So that's all I really wanted to say, that, you know, it might be good to start some of those cuts soon and then look at the long-term picture of what the policy should be. So that's all I need to say. Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Judson. All right, Madam Clerk.
Next caller is Luke Nader.
Okay, Mr. Nader, if you give us your ward or address, and I'll start your 3 minutes. Mr. Nader, are you there? Okay. Madam Clerk, next.
Next caller is XT1650211.
All right, if you'd please give us your name and address or ward, we'll start your 3 minutes.
Yes, this is James Jefferson, and I'm way down in Mississippi, but I like to comment whenever a council or any group of people who feel that, you know, they're intelligent enough to make decisions for everyone else. I'd like to remind them that the best leaders lead by example, and the way this goes to your budget is cut your own damn salary before you start taking shit from everybody else. Have a good day now, all you little smart motherfuckers. Bye.
Thank you. Will the clerk please call the next one? I just remind folks to, if you could please just honor the decorum. We have folks of all ages that do tune in and are watching. So, Madam Clerk.
Caller ending in 5388.
5388. If you'd please give us your name and ward or address, that'd be fantastic. And I'll start your time.
Hi, my name is Stacy Jett. Thanks for taking my call. I'll remain anonymous with my address, if you don't mind.
Sure.
So regarding the budget, and I'm sure that includes the tests for COVID. So which actual tests are you all using to test for this COVID-19?
So just go ahead, keep going, please. We'll come back to
Okay.
questions after. Thanks.
Okay, so that's because I know the PCR test doesn't, specify on the COVID. So I'm wondering which test, and also which law is being passed, or which law? Because I've never found it about the mask wearing. And I'm sure that's taken some income or time from you guys to pass the law. So I'd like to know what the law is for the mask that's being ordered to be worn.
We don't have one.
You don't have a law for the mask?
No, ma'am.
Is it just an order then, or I don't get that? Because I see everyone wearing a mask, and you can't really get into a store without it. So where's the law for that?
Again, we can come back after we get through all the public comment.
Okay, I'll be waiting. Thank you.
Great, thank you. All right, Madam Clerk.
Lacey R.
All right, Ms. R, please give us your address or ward here in Lakewood, and we'll get your 3 minutes started.
Well, I was living near First and Wadsworth, but I was very abruptly deposed of the place where I was living. I'm pretty concerned about the way that you folks treat the homeless. You're worried about all of the people in your area, I would assume. And there are quite a few people that used to have homes in Lakewood that no longer do. This COVID has affected many people. And we're not just junk to be thrown aside. So I would really like to hear you guys talk about that, because it hasn't been mentioned. And after the last meeting, that's the very next day, we were tossed. And where did you expect us to go? Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk?
No one else has raised their hand, Mayor.
Okay. I will now close the public input piece and circle back. I don't think the city of Lakewood is doing any testing at this point. I think that's through different avenues and different organizations. And the mask requirement has not been mandated by our Department of Health. It's not something that the city of Lakewood has mandated. It is something that the governor has done via executive order to allow businesses to require masks. And there are other communities that have required masks in certain ways or not. So, okay, well, we appreciate that, and certainly appreciate the budget update. While we have our resident members on board, anything else for the good of the order as to this agenda item? Okay, seeing none, you are certainly welcome to stay with us for the next portion or go and enjoy your evening. And I appreciate your service to the community and your feedback tonight. Always well appreciated and welcome. So
Thank you.
Thank you all very much. This is Chris Scott signing off. Thank you.
Mr. Scott, thank you. All right. We will now move into item 4, which is a presentation, and it's a discussion on small cell, something that has had a lot of interest throughout the community. And I think we began this discussion in January and have had a lot of different opportunities. And almost, I think, every ward has done some sort of presentation at their own ward meetings. And so I will now turn it over to Mr. Goldstein, who's our deputy city manager. And we will kick this off. And this is, I guess, what I would like to frame is we will have a second reading. So this is unique in that we have a first reading and a second reading. And now we've put in a secondary study session. So it'd be good to get some consensus tonight. As with a lot of different policy items, which this is now policy for the council to really decide. If we can't get consensus, then we will just carry that forward to second reading. And that will be, we can vote on those things via amendment up or down. So Mr. Goldstein, good evening.
Mr. Mayor. I think we've certainly all talked a lot about this. I've received lots of email questions and we've had lots of correspondence about this. As was indicated in the correspondence, and I know this was a massive packet, so thank you to all of you for going through it in advance to help the discussion tonight. And I apologize, but we were trying to be responsive and provide council with as much information as possible. As you recall from your packet, we number the various documents and focus that discussion, are proposed focusing the discussion on document number 1. Document number 1 was then resent out with AT&T's edits. So you kind of had 2 different versions. So if you're going to be looking through your packet, or if the public is following along, the document that's in the packet is the second document number 1 that City Council received. And the reason we did that was we wanted to allow for perhaps the easiest discussion possible for you all, understanding that what was captured in document number 1 is not everything that was proposed by the community or by the industry, or even by council members necessarily, but a summarized version. We started out by accepting the track changes that were proposed at first reading to give you a clean document, and then redlined those track changes based on comments or suggested edits by community groups, community members, or the industry or council members. So as you're going through that document, you'll note that there's significantly less red lines than were provided, for instance, in document number 2. The reason for that is Mr. Fellman did his legal analysis as we were going through all the different versions, him and his team, and along with staff, and we moved forward the ones that we think were a bit more of a slam dunk on the legal soundness, and then certainly welcome any questions from City Council about others that weren't included, and encourage that discussion among you all. I think another thing to keep in mind, some of the items are really more of a policy discussion or are included in the design guidelines. For instance, there were some questions about the distance between poles. That's not actually in this section of code. That's something that is addressed already, and currently it's 600 feet in Lakewood. So that's in the design guideline, which is available on the website to download. So some things just weren't appropriate for this document, and that's why they're not in here. So if you have questions, again, feel free to ask myself or Mr. Fellman. We also have other staff available should questions go in those directions. Our thought was this evening that Mr. Fellman would do a brief overview of document number 1, and then we would have some public input on this topic, and then go through council's questions, maybe focused on the things that Mr. Fellman didn't already address, or questions you have about the things he addressed. But really, we're open to whatever council wants to do, and our goal for this evening would be to get clear policy direction from you all to move forward to second reading on July 27th, so that we can get something enacted.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Goldstein. And again, the idea was to have everything submitted. And so you have all the different red lines. I think there's 5 different copies in front of you. And to try to have the legal analysis done on what would be doable in the eyes of our legal expert or not, and then carry that conversation from there. So with that, I will turn it over to Mr. Fellman. Good evening and welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Nice to be here. Good evening, council and staff. I hope everybody can hear me okay. Just to follow up on what Ben just described, and I know you've had these documents for a while, and I trust that you have read them or at least glanced through them. but I just wanted to reiterate for you that the document number one, basically what I was asked to do at council's direction was look through the totality of the red lines that were proposed by the Lakewood broadband group, and as well as some of the comments that were submitted by AT&T. And I know Councilmember Gutwein submitted some own comments and suggestions as well. And then to add to that last clean draft that you approved on first reading, whatever edits I felt like we could legally recommend to you, that I would have absolutely no problem defending the city if any of this language were challenged. So that's document number one. I'm not going to take up your time going through every one of those red lines and explaining why I thought it was okay, but I want to make sure that we all understand what that document is. And to the extent that you have questions about those, I'm of course happy to answer them. There are a number of suggestions that are not in this document. And we did spend a lot of time going through all of the suggestions that the Citizen Broadband Group made to the city. And for a large number of those, there were concerns that we had that they simply were asking for things that were outside of the scope, either of the federal statute or the FCC regulations or Colorado state law. And in some cases, contrary to case law in the 10th Circuit, which is the federal circuit in which Colorado sits, so that some of the suggestions that were made about a city in California or New York that may have been able to do something, that was based upon a court interpretation in the circuit where that jurisdiction sits, but that was not consistent with the 10th Circuit case law. So there were a number of those. And again, I'm not going to walk through every one of them. We'll be here probably clear through to next Monday if we do that. But I'm happy to answer any questions to the best of my ability as to why any of those items were not included. And then there were a handful of another category of issues that are not in document one. And those basically fall under the category of maybe you can do them. We're in the gray area. There might be some additional legal exposure, but this is as much of a policy decision as it is a legal decision. And I sort of took my list of those issues and reviewed them with staff. And as we'll talk about in a little bit more detail here in a second, a number of those are not in there because staff felt like the nature of that policy discussion, if it were to take place, should take place separately. So that's sort of why the red lines that are in there and why certain red lines proposed by others are not in there. I would also let you know that the attorney for the broadband group, Mr. Davidson, who is a longtime colleague and professional friend of mine and a guy who I think very highly of, he and I have spent some time on the phone talking about a number of these issues. I think we have a respectful disagreement as to a number of them, but he raised 4 key issues for me last week when we spoke before the holiday, and I just wanted to share those with you. One of them was radio frequency emission testing, and there was it was important to his clients that the code have some language that would not just provide for testing on radio frequency emissions, but that the testing would be done and paid for by the applicant. So at some period of time after a new site was operational, there would be testing and the applicant would need to pay for it. And then not only that, but then periodic testing over time at various intervals. My personal feeling is that we are limited. You've heard me say this before. The federal law limits us to not impose legal obligations on owners or applicants for wireless sites that fall within the area of FCC requirements. And because this is not an obligation that the FCC requires, I think the city would be exposed to liability for exceeding the scope of its authority if it did that. The city certainly can, if you decide from a policy standpoint that we want to test for these things, whether you do it just within 60 days after a new site becomes operational, or whether you want to do it once a year or once every 5 years. The city absolutely can do that and incur the cost of it. I just don't see in the statute or in the regulations or in the case law interpreting the statute that's within the realm of local government authority to make the owner or applicant pay for it. There were questions about the separation standards, the second issue, major issue that he brought to my attention. And there was a question as to, well, Larimer County had a larger degree of separation. Why can't we do that? Actually, the first question was, are there separation standards in the code? There should be. And I think we talked about this at the time of first reading. Staff has decided to put those separation standards in design guidelines. So they are in the design guidelines now. The separation standard is 600 feet. Larimer County, when they adopted their provisions, they were somewhere 1,100, 1,200 feet. I don't remember the exact number, but the question was, well, why couldn't you do that? I was privileged to work on that code amendment in Larimer County, and staff actually recommended something more akin to what Lakewood has now. And the commissioners, after taking testimony, made specific findings that, given the fact that this was unincorporated Larimer County, so it did not include any of the siting within any municipal boundaries within the county, they were more rural, and they felt like a larger separation distance would make more sense given the rural nature of that community, even though it didn't make sense in places like Fort Collins and Greeley and Loveland. And actually Greeley's not in the county, but the municipalities in the county. So I would say, and staff asked me about this, I don't purport to know what every jurisdiction in the metro area has as far as their separation standards, but I've worked on a lot of these, and I am familiar with a lot of them. And I'm not aware of any municipality in Metro Denver that has anything close to what Larimer County has. Most that I'm aware of are at 600. Some are at 500. Denver's at 250. So that was that issue. The third issue that he raised for me was a request that, in addition to just having general insurance to cover damages of all kinds, that there should be particular insurance and liability and insurance language for damages specifically caused by emissions from wireless sites and other kinds of damages related to wireless sites. I'm back to having a legal concern here based upon the language of the federal law that requires local jurisdictions and states to treat all comers basically on a competitively neutral and non-discriminatory basis. And some of that language in our state rights of way legislation refers to the right of these entities to be in the rights of way. And it's not just wireless, it's wireline, it's gas, it's electric. And I checked with staff to see, do we impose in Lakewood those kinds of insurance requirements and specific liability provisions on either wireline-based operators, on wireless companies that are not in the right-of-way but are on other property in Lakewood, on other kinds of utilities that occupy the rights-of-way? And the answer was no. So I have a concern again about the legality and the potential exposure to imposing different kinds of insurance and liability issues on one kind of telecom user in the rights-of-way, but not providing it even on that same kind of user when they're on private property, and certainly on other utility users of the rights-of-way. And then lastly, the fourth major issue he mentioned was a proposal that you see in the Lakewood broadband draft, that one of the criteria for a new site was that the applicant must show that they have a gap in service that this particular site would fix, and that that site is the least intrusive means of filling that gap. That is a rule that has been upheld in some federal circuits when dealing with interpreting the federal statute. It has been the FCC in their 2018 order that is now on appeal has said, no, that's not the criteria anymore. And their rule is based on a different set of standards, even to the extent that that case law exists in some federal circuit. It does not exist in the 10th Circuit. So again, because a city or a county may have that standard in their jurisdiction, they are likely going to have what they do interpreted under the case law in the district in which they are located. And we don't have that language in the 10th Circuit. We actually have, we're not the worst when it comes to local authority here in the 10th Circuit, but we're closer to what the FCC did to us in 2018 than we are in those other circuits where local governments have been given a little bit more flexibility. So with that, I think it's probably best for me to see what kind of questions that you have and I'll do the best I can to walk you through them.
Great. All right. Thanks, Mr. Feldman. I think, so first we're going to go to our public input portion. And again, I would invite anybody who would like to weigh in on the small cell discussion here, or if you have any questions related to the ordinance before the city council. So this is the opportunity to kind of put your council hat on and ask any kind of questions that you might have. And then, of course, we'll have a second public hearing on this on July 27th. So the call-in number is 1-669-900-9128. Web ID is 986-4071-1346. And you will press *9 to speak. I'm going to go ahead, Madam Clerk. I know that we had some pooling, and I think the first one was for Mr. Davidson. So we're going to go to Mr. Davidson and the pooling that you had on that. I think you have that all set up. Is that accurate?
That is accurate, Mayor.
Okay. And for council's, just as a quick update, Mr. Goldstein did email Mr. Feldman's responses, which were in green on this document, I think on Friday or on Thursday the 2nd. So everything that Mr. Feldman just outlined is on this document that went to all of council. And so I will now, if Mr. Davidson is ready, I will get my clock set to 10 minutes, sir, and we'll kick you off.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate the opportunity to address the council this evening. I am Mark Davidson. I'm a partner in the Denver law firm of Fairfield and Woods, and I've been asked to help the Lakewood Broadband LLC citizen group to address certain issues presented by the city's proposed wireless communications ordinance. And I want to thank you for the opportunity to make this presentation on behalf of these citizens, and also thank my colleague, Mr. Feldman, for taking the time to discuss these issues with me and provide his response, which he briefly walked through for you this evening. We've provided the citizens' version of the wireless ordinance that's part of the council's package. I believe it was mentioned by Mr. Goldstein as well as Mr. Feldman. And I recommend or commend that version of the revised ordinance to you for your careful consideration, as it addresses the issues that are of concern to your constituents with respect to the draft ordinance. And I know you've had a number of discussions since this process began, and the Lakewood Broadband folks appreciate the opportunity to address these issues with you on a routine basis and have you consider their concerns. And I'll try and not repeat anything that Mr. Feldman went through. I may have a couple of things where, as he indicated at the outset, we may respectfully disagree on, I'm sure he'll clarify those things in his response. But I want to give you some confidence to listen to your constituents tonight and not be overly concerned or too concerned about passing an ordinance that someone in the wireless industry may tell you it's going to be subject to legal challenge. A legal challenge of an ordinance that is, even if successful, would lead to an order of the court to issue the permit without whatever those limitations are found to be inappropriate. And based on current case law, there's no provision for any financial damages to the city or individual liability on the part of the council or the mayor. And there's no attorney's fees provided for here if you lose a court case of the type that we're generally speaking about here. So I just want to reinforce, I guess, or make the point that it's okay to be, I'll say, aggressive in considering what the limitations are that are federally or within state law appropriate for the ordinance that you're considering this evening and have been considering. So given the importance of these issues, I would also recommend that there might be additional time for consideration of the various versions of the ordinance. As Mr. Goldstein mentioned, you have a very large package in front of you this evening for review and to digest. And I think it may be appropriate, in order for there to be a thoughtful review, as an earlier comment in the last study session was made about having a thoughtful review of the various issues that are being presented to the council this evening. And so we'd request that you would consider setting the ordinance over for additional time before second reading to enable you and your staff to fully digest the versions of the ordinance that you have been presented with and carefully consider where some of the provisions that have been advanced by Lakewood Broadband and that citizens group might be appropriately included. And I just want to highlight a few of the items this evening that are in the Lakewood Broadband or citizens version of the ordinance that's before you. Now, as Mr. Feldman alluded to, the Telecommunications Act of 1996 provided for regulation of wireless communication by the FCC, the Federal Communications Commission, and certainly no one would dispute that. But the Telecommunications Act of 1996 did not eliminate all local control over siting and placement of wireless facilities, despite what others may have said about the impact of that act. And I think Mr. Feldman's correct. There are limitations, certainly, on the ability to impact and direct siting and location. But those limitations are not absolute. And the council does have significant authority and power to, in fact, specifically deal with locations of cell facilities. And the one question is, how do you do that? How do local communities properly regulate the placement and modification of wireless facilities? And I'd submit to you that it's by your zoning code. As long as the zoning code doesn't prohibit the provision of personal wireless service, the regulation of location of facilities is permissible under the 1996 Act. And one prohibition, which Mr. Feldman also mentioned, that I would caution you about, but I don't think it would be a problem, is that your actions that you do take should be non-discriminatory. And I don't anticipate that anything that you're planning to do or attempting to achieve by this ordinance would be discriminatory. And to the extent there's inadvertent discrimination, if I could use that term, I think it's possible to correct anything along those lines that may occur. So I'll also, I guess, put a little bit different variation on some of the comments that Mr. Fellman made regarding where things are with respect to any limitations on the location of facilities. The FCC made what they referred to as an interpretive ruling in 2018, so fairly recently, on how communities can impact the location of facilities. And I think it's important to note that the ruling by the FCC, or that ruling, did not change the law of the Telecommunications Act of 1996, nor the interpretations of the Telecommunications Act of 1996 that have been consistently made by the federal district courts and appellate courts over the last 22 years. I think with respect to jurisdiction over siting, it's clear that you do have it. You should exercise it appropriately, certainly, but you do have the power as a community to impact the location of facilities. And we're not here this evening to tell the council that you need to establish a wireless ordinance that's contrary to state or federal law. We wouldn't do that. It's counterproductive, to say the least. Rather, we're here to ask you to include the adequate separation and setback provisions in your ordinance that will protect the safety of the citizens of Lakewood. And Mr. Fellman mentioned his experiences in Larimer County and their adoption of, I think it's 1,000-foot separation requirement and 250-foot setback requirements. And we do understand that there is a difference between Larimer County and the city of Lakewood, which obviously is a more urban setting. However, the design guidelines that Mr. Fellman mentioned have a 600-foot separation provision in them. I would suggest that you take the next step. Put more of a separation into your ordinance. We would suggest
Mr.
that.
Davidson, 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll wrap up shortly.
Yep.
We would suggest that you can be thoughtful and include 1,000-foot separation. With respect to how these things can be done, with respect to testing, Mr. Fellman talked about our discussion of testing. There's 3 different ways to do testing presently. One is have the city conduct it or contract for it and pay for it and make random emissions testing part of your ordinance. Secondly, you can, I think, have the applicant pay for that testing as the cost of doing business, just as they pay for a building permit or other permits that the city charges a fee for. And thirdly, I think there's an opportunity that some communities have looked at as having citizens be able to submit complaints with respect to how those testing opportunities are encouraged. So I think that with the insurance provisions that we had, that Mr. Fellman adequately described concerning having adequate insurance coverage for the city to make sure that the city doesn't get stuck with a claim that is not covered by the insurance of the wireless provider, I think is very important. And I would suggest to you that an indemnification provision is not really adequate for that, where a carrier agrees to indemnify the city. If that carrier is not financially viable at the time of the problem that occurs, or they have transferred their service to some other carrier that's not financially viable, that indemnification won't be sufficient to protect the city and its citizens. So I don't want to exceed my time.
You're about a minute and a half over. You're about a minute and a half over.
I apologize, Mr. Mayor.
Right.
I will. I just want to thank you and the council for listening to my comments on behalf of Lakewood Broadband, your constituents, and recommend the citizens' version of the wireless ordinance to you for establishing your wireless ordinance. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Appreciate it. All right, Madam Clerk, I think the three folks, just to be clear, that pooled their time, Mr. and Mrs. Hauser, as well as, who was the third?
The third was Carol Baum.
Okay, so Ms. Baum and Mr. and Mrs. Hauser, so your time was pooled for Mr. Davidson. Okay. So Madam Clerk, is there anybody else who's pooled their time?
No, there isn't.
Okay. All right. So if you will please let me reset my clock to 3 minutes, and I'll just remind those who are in the queue that as soon as we call out your name or number, if you'd give us your name and either your ward or address, we'll start your 3 minutes and we'll go from there. Thanks.
Caller ending in 0064.
Your ward or address, and we'll start your 3 minutes. We'll go from
Right,
there.
caller 0064, if you want to turn the computer down, if you're on the phone, that way you don't have feedback, and we'll get started.
Address, we'll start your 3 minutes.
I just want to say about this 5G stuff, I don't understand why all you corrupt people won't allow the citizens to have their own lawyers, to where when all this litigation and mitigation happens, it's fair and comes from we the people, the ones that employ you. And I will sacrifice the rest of my 3 minutes because I want each and every one of you on the council to tell the world why you're acting so corrupt and so irresponsible.
Okay. Madam Clerk.
I mean, seriously, are you not going to get to eat tomorrow if you lose your corrupt finances?
All right, sir, do you want to wrap up your comments?
I already wrapped up my comment. I'm waiting on you to give the world honest, truthful answers as to why you're acting so corrupt.
No, he doesn't. Shut the fuck up.
I already wrapped up my comment. I'm waiting on you to give
All right, so we will go ahead and move on to the next caller, please.
corrupt. No, he doesn't. Shut the fuck up.
Next caller is XT165211.
All right, if you please give us your name and ward or address. XT1650, please. Good evening.
Yes, this is James Jefferson, Mississippi, USA. My comment on this is pretty similar to the one you just got. What's y'all's problem with the people having representation to protect their interests against y'all's little corrupt asses? And my decorum is just fine. So don't y'all be worrying about that. Now, I'm asking the same question he is, and I'll give y'all the rest of my time to answer that question, if any of y'all are actually brave enough to speak some truth. I'm muting my mic now so y'all can answer.
Hey, do you have anything else you'd like to add?
Just that you appear to not listen very well, sir. I said I was muting my mic so y'all could put some truth out there. Are you not willing to put any truth out there for your people? I'm going to mute it again so you can answer that question.
Okay, sir, well, I'd ask you to wrap up your comments, please. We have other folks who'd like to speak.
And I'd ask you to be more respectful, you piece of shit. Have a good day.
All right, thank you very much. Okay, Madam Clerk, next, please.
Next caller is Eric Brandt.
Okay, Mr. Brandt, if you give us your ward or address and we'll get you started. Mr. Brandt? Okay.
Oh, I got muted. Yeah, I don't think you want to do that again, bitch, huh? Let's not do that shit. You don't mute my comments because I wish you a happy fuck the cops day. What the fuck is wrong with you people? Seriously, I give you a heartfelt greeting and you mute me? Well, this is mutiny. Okay. So anyway, I'm still living inside my body, thankfully, since you needed an address. No thanks to the Lakewood police, of course, who have certainly tried repeatedly to remove me from my body. But I would just like to know, I want to make sure that everybody's following the money here. You have citizenry that has asked you to allow them to buy their own attorney to participate in this legislative process. That the reason why is because Mr. Feldman can't be trusted. We know Mr. Feldman can't be trusted because he has a long history of not being trusted. He doesn't give a flying fuck about any legal misrepresentations. He just won it in federal court. He gets immunity. Immunity translates to impunity. He'll give you shitty advice. He'll get paid well to do it, like he always has before. And when you do the same thing you always did, you're going to get the same thing you always got. Shitty legal advice, and he gets to steal your money in the process. You fucked up when you didn't let the public pay for an attorney to participate in this process. This packet is enormous. Nobody can read that shit. You didn't read that shit. And you didn't let the public. They distrust you so much that they wanted to pay for it out of their own pocket, even though they already paid you taxes. What the fuck is wrong with you people? You need to put a moratorium on this process. You need to, Mr. Mayor, you need to answer for why AT&T is the only vendor that's participating in this process. You need to answer why you sent those documents to AT&T and none of the other telecom providers. You need to answer to the public on why Mr. Feldman's wife and AT&T are major contributors to your political campaign. You see, we're following the money. We're following the money. We're following the corruption. That's what this is about. You need to put a moratorium on this. You need to allow the private citizens to hire a private lawyer that they can trust. They certainly can't trust Tim Cox up there. That's for goddamn sure. And they certainly can't trust Ken Feldman. And they're telling you that. And what you're telling them is, we don't give a fuck if you don't trust us. We're just going to fucking do it.
30 seconds left tonight. 30 seconds.
30 seconds. So in my last 30 seconds, I'm going to advise you to shut the fuck up and drink a big fat glass of shut the fuck up and let your people have their little lawyer moment. That's my 30 seconds. Remember, Fuck Cops Day is now every day and twice on Tuesday.
All right. Madam Clerk. Next, please.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Councilors. I'm Richard Bennett of Ward 4. I've shared research with you on small cells as well as my conversation with Tom Johnson, the General Counsel at the FCC. I hope you found it helpful. I'm a big fan of small cells because they improve the quality of cell service and open the door to advanced public safety, healthcare, and transportation services. They do this while reducing EMF emission levels to a small fraction of the already safe levels produced by today's large cell towers. These plain facts are often drowned out by dramatic fictions. Hence, we rely on expert agencies to help us interpret science and engineering where they relate to public policy. The FCC is the expert agency with final authority over the safety guidelines for all systems that use EMS in the U.S., other than government systems. And the overwhelming body of credible evidence says that the only error they may have committed in discharging this duty is setting standards that are more restrictive than they need to be. And if you don't trust the FCC, you'll be disappointed to learn that the safety regulators in the rest of the world have adopted virtually identical technical guidelines, Europe and Asia in particular. The research data on EMS is enormous, with more than 33,000 studies indexed in the EMF portal database alone. No regulator is flying blind on the issue of mobile network safety, and no legitimate science has been ignored. So here's what we know. 5G expands coverage, increases performance, and enhances security. These are provable facts. 5G delivers these benefits without increasing the load cell sites place on the electric grid. Because 5G has a new power-saving mode, small cells simply turn off when they're not in active use. 5G also reduces EMF emissions. While the standard 4G tower transmits about 1% of the emission allowed under FCC and international guidelines, 5G small cells transmit transmit even less, about 2% as much as 4G, or 0.02% of the reference limit. This figure has been proved by regulators and academics making real measurements of real systems. It's not just a modeling fiction, and I've shared some of the evidence with you in my 5G 101 submission. Lakewood has studied the small cells issue.
30 seconds.
Okay. Lakewood has studied the small cells issue in more depth than most cities. It's now time to pass a clean, tight, workable small cell siting ordinance that will allow the residents of our city to use cellular services that are even better and safer than the ones we currently enjoy. We can enhance the look of our community by emphasizing small cells on street lights, traffic lights, and sleek monopoles. Because 5G is such an efficient technology, there's no legitimate need for extraneous conditions designed to preserve the status quo. Thank you, and best of luck.
Madam Clerk?
Caller ending in 5388.
5388. If you give us your name.
Good evening. This is Stacy Jett again, and I'm in San Diego. So to follow, I have a couple of things I want to read. This is from an actual FCC document. I can give you guys the web link, but it's doc.fcc.gov/public/attachment B FCC-13-39 A20120. It's a PDF file, and it says, it's the quote on page 4, number 6. It states, since the Commission is not a health and safety agency, we defer to other organizations and agencies with respect to interpreting the biological research necessary to determine what levels are safe. As such, the Commission invites health and safety agencies and the public to comment on the propriety of our general present limits and whether additional precautions may be appropriate in some cases. So my question for that is, so who are the agencies who are determining which levels of EMF are safe? And on that note, I wanted to just share real quick I think it's 1976 Department of Defense. It's a PDF file. 2012. It's written by Mr. Ronald L. Adams. I'm reading the document right now. It's called Biological Effects of Electromagnetic Radiation, Radio Waves and Microwaves. And it's from the U.S. Army Medical Intelligence and Information Agency, Washington, D.C., Defense Intelligence Agency. So let me read the part. It's only a sentence or two, sorry. So this is on numeral number, like page, it's Roman numerals of 7B11 or II. It states, this is a quote, if the more advanced nations of the West are strict in the enforcement of stringent exposure standards, there could be unfavorable effects on industrial output and military functions. So it says the Eurasian communist countries could, on the other hand, give lip service to strict standards, but allow their military to operate without restrictions and thereby gain advantage.
30 seconds.
And gain the advantage of electronic warfare techniques and the development of anti-personal applications. Anti-personal means yes to people, but not to property. So is this just a military grade weapon? Is that what 5G really is? Because that's what it looks like. So the military has the capability to track, trace, like they're doing with the drones. So laser, energy warfare.
You wrap it up. Your time's up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yep. All right, Madam Clerk.
Luke Nader.
Luke Nader, if you please give us your address or ward here in Lakewood, and I'll start your 3 minutes.
Yes, hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. I live on this planet, and I had a question concerning if the council is aware that tomorrow is Happy Fuck the City Council Day.
Okay.
Actually, it's twice on Tuesday. That's all I have to say.
Great. Thank you.
Bye.
Bye. Madam Clerk?
Sorry about that.
That's okay.
Next caller is Lacey R.
All right, Ms. R, please give us your address or ward. We'll get you started.
Hello.
Hello.
I just live in Lakewood, wherever I can find a spot. I think I made that clear the last time. I was wanting to know how many other telecom companies other than AT&T that you've checked out and where we can find that information. I'd also like to know why we weren't allowed to have our own attorney. I think Eric Brandt covered a lot of this very well in what he had to say. And I'm just not seeing the people's voice in here at all. And that's supposed to be your job. This matter particularly looks very corrupt when you really look at it from our side. It almost looks like you're all bought and paid for, except for maybe one person on there who's been attacked and ganged up on, and I'm sure you know exactly who I'm talking about. I'd like to see the citizen inputs where they showed their health concerns over this as well, because I know there are many, and this is everywhere, so it isn't just in Lakewood. I haven't heard a single word about that. And yeah, the moratorium on brains here is really bothering me. So I hope you guys can get your shit together and act like human beings. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk?
There are no other callers.
Okay. With that, we will
Now
close.
you know that's a lie.
With that, Madam Clerk, is there somebody else in the queue?
You asked me to unmute it so you can say that. Why are you lying like that? Why are you not answering questions? And why are you apologizing for not shutting the people up?
So, Madam Clerk, I think that gentleman has had his opportunity to speak.
I think y'all could all kiss my ass. Have a good day, you bunch of tyrants.
Thank you. Okay. All right, so I'll close the public input portion.
I bet that bitch don't ask me to unmute again.
Okay, so we're certainly unfortunate that we would resort to name calling of our staff. Certainly elected officials are one thing, but our staff is another. So I will apologize to our staff for having to endure those insults this evening.
Fuck you.
So I'm going to go ahead and pause the meeting until we can kind of get control over this. Public comment is over.
Thank you.
All right. Now we'll all go to our happy places. Namaste, and move forward into some discussion for the evening. In regards to Mr. Davidson, I'm going to start with Mr. Fellman. If you'd like to kind of engage a little bit with any of those comments, specifically what was called out by Mr. Davidson was the 1996 piece of legislation and how that correlates. And we'll kick that off there, and then I'll go to, looks like Mr. Skilling and then Mr. Abel. And we'd love to just get some sort of consensus this evening. If there are things that are not part of the ordinance that you would like to see, if we can get consensus, that's great. If not, you will also have that opportunity on second reading to bring forth an amendment to this. So, Mr. Fellman?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. I was just have a couple of notes on a few of the things that Mr. Davidson said that I'll just throw out there for your consideration. He referred to the 2018 small cell order as an interpretive ruling. It did, in fact, interpret language from the 1996 Telecommunications Act. But the fact that it's interpretive doesn't mean that it does not have the force of law. There is a long-standing practice in this country that federal agencies within the scope of their expertise, whether it's the FCC here or the Federal Trade Commission or Health and Human Services, when Congress passes a law that is not clear on its face as to what Congress meant, there are procedures and processes that federal agencies follow to adopt rules. And frankly, that same practice takes place on the state level with respect to our state legislature and some of our state agencies. So it is an interpretation of the 1996 Act. The FCC's interpretation here did say that there were numerous federal court cases around the country that were not lined up. They conflict in some cases, as I mentioned earlier, and the FCC was at least purporting to say, here's what we think it means. So that's not to say that the Ninth Circuit is not going to agree with them, and then ultimately this might not get to the Supreme Court, which is the only court in the land that can speak for all circuits together. I just don't want you to be, I don't want you to misunderstand what an interpretive ruling is. It does have it's a federal regulation and it has the force of law. He mentioned that his clients are not asking you to adopt in this code any violations of state or federal law. And I think with all due respect, that was a little bit of an overstatement. In some cases they're not. And as I mentioned earlier, there are some policy issues that this is the council's call. If you want to go a certain direction, you can certainly go there. My job is to make sure that you have legal advice and understand what the risks are. But clearly, and I shared this with him last week, I mean, there is one specific element of federal law where the language said you must allow a modification to a site if the height is increased by 10% or 20 feet, whichever is greater. And the citizen proposal that you got back changes whichever is greater to whichever is lesser, right? The exact opposite of what the federal regulation says. In that case, if you were to accept what Lakewood Broadband's proposal was, you would be clearly violating federal law. And as for the issue of, well, there's no damages. So feel free to step out there, do what you feel you need to do to represent your citizens, which, you know, frankly, conceptually, I'm all in favor of. But I don't want you to be mistaken and believe that there are absolutely no potential liabilities. The city would, in fact, be required to change its law and or approve sites, in some cases that might end up being much worse than what you might have done if you were acting under a code that was consistent with federal law. And there are costs, real costs involved in doing that. But as importantly, and I know some of you know this, anyone who serves as an elected official is a potential target for a lawsuit. And 99% of the time, if any of you are sued in your individual capacities, you're going to have good lawyers find a way to get you out of that lawsuit, because when you're acting within the scope of your role as an elected official, you will have immunity for that. The problem is that the Colorado Governmental Immunity Act does not apply when you are knowingly acting outside of the scope of your authority. And I'm not going to point to any one particular recommendation that Lakewood Broadband suggested, but I would say that there's at least a handful of them that, in my opinion, are blatantly in violation of federal law. And similar to the discussions that we had when there were moratorium issues on the table, I know I was concerned, and I shared my concerns with your staff, that individual council members who may get sued, if the claim is you acted outside the scope of your authority as an elected official because you knew or should have known that what you were doing was directly in violation of either federal or state law, the city would be within its rights to say, we're not using taxpayer dollars to indemnify you. Feel free to pay for your own defense. So that I don't say that to scare anyone. I frankly have been on that side of a threat in the past, and I have seen it done in multiple other jurisdictions over the years that I've worked in and for local governments. It just is the nature of the beast. I just wanted to clarify for you that it's not a black or white. There is absolutely no potential legal exposure for you here, because there is some potential legal exposure.
All right. Mr. Skilling?
Thank you. First off, I'd like to ask, is Mr. Davidson still on the call? Do we know, Madam Clerk? Well, it's okay. I'm sure that we can relay this to him, or I can send him an email. I would invite him, just broadly speaking, to certainly feel free to email us or write us a letter to respond in anything that we discussed tonight. I think that's appropriate to have that point of view as this discussion goes forward. So I would invite him to do that. Mr. Fellman, the four key disagreements I think that you touched on earlier, that was the subject of your email correspondence with Mr. Davidson, are any of those four key disagreements, and I think I would be safe in styling those as probably the big four. Those are really big ticket items. I can see why those were addressed in your emails. Are any of those blatant violations of federal law, or are those four up for discussion tonight?
Well, I think of those four issues, so it was the doing the RF testing and making the applicants pay for it,
right?
Having a significantly larger separation of facilities, the insurance and liability, indemnification and coverage, and the criteria of using gaps in service and least intrusive means to prove a site. I would say for each of those, they are not as blatant, absolutely, in my mind. I mean, look, nothing is completely black and white, but some of these I think are pretty close. I think these are closer to that end of the spectrum, but I don't think they're as bad and as blatant as some of the other ones that I saw. So while I have my personal opinions on what I think the level of exposure is to the city, if you were to go with any of those recommendations, if the council chooses to go that way, I think that's your call, and I would not tell you that any of that I think would cause you to be personally liable. Doesn't mean somebody might not try, but I think there are at least some credible arguments that can be made. I just don't think they're very strong.
Okay, and I have questions on all four, but I'm not going to ask those all now because others have questions, of course. But I do have questions on the RF emissions testing. Is that the cost on that? Is that something that is a cost prohibitive exercise in all practicality, or is that a de minimis cost that the city would bear?
Well, I'm not trying to avoid your question, but I think it's a little bit more nuanced than that, because if the city were to decide we want to see testing, then I think the city would be wise, if the goal was we want to protect public health and safety. Do we just want to test the site that is going up at that location, or do we want to accept the fact that there already are a whole bunch of emitters that cause radio frequency emissions in that general area, and look at what does the site look like before the new facility goes in, and what impact does the new site have on the cumulative levels that people are being exposed to? What has it added to what's already there? and the more detailed you get into trying to come up with an answer that is the most reflective of impacts on potential public health and safety matters, I think the more expensive it's going to get. I do know that under the FCC order, while it didn't deal with radio frequency emissions in the small cell case, they were talking about anything above $500 for a permit fee being presumptively prohibitive as far as not being allowed to provide service. And that's just $500 for your staff time to review the application, to have inspectors go out into the field and make sure it's being done in accordance with code. That doesn't cover any of these other things. So you have an FCC that's setting these presumptively low cost limits, and they say anything above that they presume violates the law. I don't agree with them. We argued in court that was a crazy thing for the FCC to do, but I think you would find many wireless entities that would claim that the cost of doing the testing would be prohibitive, and it's a lot more than $500. So it would have to be considered by a court in that context as to where the threshold is based on the cost of doing that kind of testing.
Okay, thank you for that. The last question that I had was about the setbacks. And in one of it, and we're talking about specifically in the case of if it's in a residential zoning, the setbacks that would have to be complied with. I believe the Lakewood broadband folks had proposed something like the 500-foot setback, and they had cited that Larimer County was doing a 250-foot setback. That portion didn't make it into document 1, the version we're working on. Is there anything other than, if we use 250 feet as a setback, is that something that is beyond the pale that we could ever do, or is that something that we can do as has been proposed? Or is there a sliding scale? Can we do 150 feet or 100 feet?
Councilmember Skilling, let me ask you a question of clarification. Setback from what?
This was the setback from the property line. I believe it was in the, I guess we're calling this document 2? Red line 2.
Okay. All right. So if we're talking about a setback from a property line, we have to distinguish between small cells in the rights of way and other kinds of wireless facilities like macro towers or antennas on rooftops. I think you would have a hard time finding any right of way on any city street in Lakewood where you could put a 5G small cell that would be 250 feet away from the adjacent property line. Maybe you have rights of way that are wider than 250 feet, but I'm not sure. So when we talk about setbacks, I think we need to remember that the setbacks for facilities in the rights of way, just because of the kind of ground we're talking about, and that these are usually adjacent to property lines and they're not that wide, that it would be difficult to have any kind of a major setback, which is why the design standards say things like, don't put it right in front of the house, put it within 15 feet of the lot line of the corner. I'm not reading from it verbatim, but those are the kind of ways that staff has addressed in the residential areas. If we're not talking about small cells in the right of way, when we talk about setback from residential property lines, I think it would be a rare occasion that Lakewood would allow an 80 to 150 foot tower in a residential zoning district. So to the extent that you did have a process to allow those kinds of facilities, I would say it's absolutely appropriate to have much larger setbacks for a macro site than you would for some site that's in the rights of way.
Okay, well, thank you, Mr. Feldman. I appreciate it.
Mr. Abel, then Mr. Beto.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Feldman. Boy, 2 weeks hence, we're going to have an awful long meeting. I thought we would be hashing out some of these things tonight, especially what Mr. Feldman referred to as gray areas for policy that he's already discussed with staff. I think that might be a good subject to tackle. And we all know how difficult it is to change something on the fly on second reading. We always have concerns about that, but tonight we're being told, wait till second reading to bring those up. Okay, we can do that. But general questions, Mr. Feldman, you mentioned that some cities and entities have received various amounts of relief from the different circuit courts. I don't think the circuit courts just popped up one day and said, hey, we're going to give you this relief. How did those come about? Was it because council changed something and it went to court?
Councilmember Abel, I don't think I said that cities received relief, but the parties, sometimes they were cities, sometimes they were citizen groups, sometimes they were wireless industry parties. And I don't mean to be flippant, but you put the same exact case in front of 5 different federal court judges or 5 different panels of 3 different federal court judges, and think of the politics that go into appointing federal court judges and who the president may have been that appointed those judges. And you're going to get multiple different interpretations of what the statute meant. So I think when you read what the general rules of law are in the Second Circuit, and they're different from they are in the Sixth, and those are different from they are here in the 10th, a large part of it is the facts weren't exactly the same. And the judges certainly weren't the same, and the lawyers who argued it weren't the same. And there's not, I mean, we wouldn't have judges if there was an easy way to plug in the facts and get the same answer every time.
I don't think I heard the answer to my question in that.
Well, I'm sorry, then please repeat your question.
These cities, municipalities, other entities, other wireless concerns, citizens, did the court just all of a sudden out of the blue say, oh, here's a ruling? Or did those folks take action and then were taken to court, and the circuit court rulings sprang from those court cases?
Oh, okay. I misunderstood that part of your question. So, and I apologize. In some cases, they are based on a local government decision to deny a site where the wireless applicant sued, and sometimes they won and sometimes they lost. In some cases, they were in situations where the local government approved the site and a citizens group sued, and sometimes they won and sometimes they lost. So every possible variation and permutation of how a case gets to court based on its facts and the underlying decision, if you think about it, this isn't rocket science. Think of just the city doing general land use. Sometimes the developer might sue you. Sometimes the citizens who didn't get their way might sue you, and they come in all shapes and sizes.
So then why should we not regulate this the way we wish? And if it runs afoul of an industry group that wants to sue us, Lord, maybe we'll get we'll get a favorable decision from the 10th Circuit Court. It's just, that's how the law evolves. And if we don't put our foot down, it will never evolve. There will never be a challenge. I wasn't elected to represent the interest of a multinational communications corporation. I was elected to represent the right of the populace and community in Lakewood, Colorado. Certainly that includes a lot of businesses. It certainly includes AT&T, Verizon, and all the other cell folks. But there comes a time when you say, this is the way we feel it should be this way, and if you don't like it, take us to court.
I'm sorry.
Sir?
Was there a question in there? I thought you, I don't mean to be flippant. I think you asked why you shouldn't act in the best interest, what you think is the best interest of your citizens, as opposed to what a multinational corporation is telling you. And that's not what I'm suggesting. I'm not suggesting that that's the balance. My obligation is to advise you what I think the law is, and to work with the city attorney to advise you as to what I think the law is. And even if we disagree with the law, I'm bound by a certain code of ethics that says, if I disagree with it, but I believe it's the law, I can't advise you to do something that contradicts that. So this is all open to debate and discussion, and I respect your opinion, but I don't accept the premise that the choice is between what a multinational corporation wants and what the citizens want. What your staff needs to advise you, at least your legal staff, is what you can do within the bounds of the law.
My point is that the law never evolves unless someone challenges it. Also, did the Ninth Circuit ever rule in that case you argued a few months back?
We're still waiting.
Okay. And we're still, and are we part of that? I think you said that you were representing us in part in those arguments.
Yes, one of the entities that's a petitioner in that litigation is the Colorado Communications and Utility Alliance, and Lakewood is a member of that organization.
Okay. So if the Ninth Circuit rules against or rules in favor of the entities that you spoke on behalf of, that still wouldn't help us because it's a different circuit?
It's a great question. It would help us more, but you have to look at the progression. We have multiple circuits saying different things. The 10th Circuit has not spoken directly on point, but has made inferences as to where they are, and where they are is closer to what the FCC just said in 2018 is the way all circuits should be. If the Ninth Circuit overturns the FCC, that ruling does not exist anymore. And it would certainly give me, as legal counsel, for anyone who wanted to retain me, more comfort in saying the decision of the Ninth Circuit Court would be looked at favorably if the same set of facts came to the 10th Circuit.
Okay. And maybe we ought to do that with the 10th Circuit, put our foot down and see what happens. Thank you, Mr. Feldman. I appreciate your opinions. Have a good day.
Mr. Beta.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Okay, my question for Mr. Feldman. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So kind of I want to pursue this angle by Councilman Abel a little bit further. One of the things that we did get from the citizens group was a letter and of opinion from the Capinelli law firm in New York, and they addressed specifically this issue of the FCC order and the the force of law. You talked about it, and you made the point that the FCC has the authority to interpret federal statutes, and that interpretation becomes force of law. Is that a fair characterization of what you said?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and then and so then this letter talks about specifically the order, and of course, just to refresh our audience a little bit, what the order says basically is that if the local government by regulating or doing things to regulate additional services or improvements to existing services, if they do anything like that in their order, that is prohibited. And that we would then be violating an FCC order. And that's exactly what we're talking about here, is we're talking about, we've got existing services in Lakewood already. So this 5G would be, as I understand it, an improvement or additional type of service. And so under the FCC's current interpretation, we're not allowed to do that if it's going to in any way impede on that. Yet this law firm that was hired by the citizens groups for 3 reasons and a very scholarly discussion basically concludes otherwise and says, basically FCC's wrong on this. They don't have the authority. They have exceeded their authority for a number of legal reasons to make this kind of interpretation. And so, and just to conclude what they said, again, I want to just kind of make sure that we get this out there so everybody understands. It says, therefore, the FCC's September 26, 2018 interpretation, which is what we're talking about, finds no support in our judicial and legislative system and goes as far as violating public policy. And then it concludes, it is our opinion that the city of Lakewood should not rely on the FCC's September 26, 2018 interpretive order in drafting and enacting new ordinances, which is what we're talking about here, concerning wireless services and communications. So at best, they're saying FCC is totally out of line on this, if I'm reading this right. And I'll ask you to comment on it in a minute. There will be a question. And but that's what I'm understanding them to say, number one. And that's at best. And at worst, it's in the gray area. And then when you take on top of what you've already said and what Councilor Abel pointed out, we don't even have an interpretation in the 10th Circuit on this issue at all. We do have conflicting ones in other circuits. So how, if we were to say, we're not going to go with this FCC order, we're going to do what we think is best for our citizens. And if we're wrong, we're wrong. But how in the world does that constitute intentionally violating the law? How does that in the world constitute knowing or should have known that we were violating the law, thereby subjecting us to personal liability? That's my question.
All right.
It's complicated.
Yeah, no, and a few comments. I mean, I had a long talk with Mr. Davidson last week about this, and I explained to him how far off I thought Mr. Campanelli's direction was, and I encouraged him to read it carefully, and that if he thought it still made sense to pursue, I'd love to hear his argument when he presented it to you this evening. And I don't recall hearing him say anything about it. But I got to tell you, to me, this is one of those black and white issues. And I think maybe let me use this analogy. Judges interpret the law all the time. If you have a district court judge hear a case, and the issue is, does the statute mean A or B? And the judge issues an order and says, the statute means A. If you do B, you violate the statute. And the lawyer walks out of that courtroom and says, I think the judge was just terribly wrong. He interpreted it wrong. He didn't read the cases right. He just made a mistake. That's an order. The court made an order. And that lawyer, if he tells his client, the judge is so wrong, before we get an appeals court to look at it and overrule him, I'm directing you, you don't have to do what he said. You go ahead and do B, even though he said if you do B, you violate the statute. That's what Mr. Campanelli is asking you to do. The FCC issued an order here. The order said you must do certain things. And frankly, I actually agree with some of the arguments that Mr. Campanelli made about the FCC overstepping its authority. But I dramatically disagree with him about the status of that order and the process that we must follow, because we sued and made those arguments to the Ninth Circuit. And we also asked the Ninth Circuit to stay the effective date of the FCC order. And just so that we don't get into too much lawyer speak between Councilmember Bita and I, for the rest of you, a stay of the order basically means where the Court of Appeals says, we're not going to have this order take effect until we finish this appeal and decide who's right and who's wrong. And there's a whole bunch of things you have to argue in order to get a stay. And we argue those things. And the Ninth Circuit looked at the issues. I think they were wrong, but they came out with an order and they said, no, you haven't proven that you're entitled to a stay. The FCC order will take effect. It has the force of law, and now we will proceed with the appeal. And here we have Mr. Campanelli coming in months later saying, even though the Ninth Circuit denied the request for a stay and insisted that the FCC order has the effect of law, it's okay, Lakewood City Council. Mr. Campanelli is telling you, go ahead and ignore that and adopt whatever you want to adopt because I'm just convinced that the FCC was wrong. Well, you know what? I'm convinced the FCC was wrong in a lot of those respects as well. But I have a respect for the judicial system in which I am required to advise clients. And when a court, even when I disagree with them, says this is what the law is, then I have to accept that when I'm advising my clients until the law changes. So I am telling you in no uncertain terms, and I told Mr. Davidson this the other day, I think Mr. Campanelli's advice to you that the FCC order is only interpretive, it doesn't impact you when you're doing a new ordinance, and because we all think the FCC screwed up, you can do whatever you want. To me, that is absolutely a black and white violation of the law. And look, I know you had some people express their opinions in ways that many of us don't like to see opinions expressed at public meetings. But I really, at the end of the day, I am here to do the best job I possibly can for you. And if Councilmember Beta and Councilmember Abel have the votes to do some of the stuff that I'm suggesting you ought not to do, I'm not going to go home and lose sleep over it. I'm trying to do the best that I can for the organization that is the city of Lakewood, because that's who my municipal client is. So I'm just giving you my best interpretation of what I think you ought to be doing. If you decide to do something different and you get in trouble for it and you ask me to defend you, I'll be happy to try to defend you as best as I can. I'm just suggesting that the Campanelli letter in 39 years of practicing law was about the most extreme misstatement of something that I would ever suggest a client to do that I've ever seen.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Feldman. And please understand that I didn't mean my questioning as a criticism of you in any way. I was looking for some clarification from you, which I appreciate you doing. And I want to follow up on that just a little bit, because I think it's important for our council to understand this and for our audience as well. And that is this. So we've got this order going in the Ninth Circuit. Okay. We're not bound by the Ninth Circuit. We're not in the Ninth Circuit. Is that correct?
That's right.
It does not have the force of law in Colorado from an order from the Ninth Circuit.
Well, wait, caveat, if I may. We are bound by the FCC order. And if the Ninth Circuit strikes down the FCC order, then we win. When we're not bound by that order anymore.
All right, I stand corrected, yes. But in terms of the other way with them upholding the order, we're only bound by the FCC order. Now, if there were if there was an interpretation in another district other than the Ninth Circuit that struck down the FCC order, we would have the benefit of that. Is that correct?
If there was another interpretation in the 10th Circuit that...
No, other than the 10th.
Well,
other than the 10th.
I guess it depends on how much risk you want to take. If you have a federal circuit, I'm just going to pick one, the second, and you like what they said, that helps you, but some other circuit doesn't help you. The FCC,
but the point is, it doesn't have force of law either.
No, but I think it has a stronger argument that if the case ever came up in the 10th Circuit, that a circuit that overturned an FCC order would have more credibility in the 10th Circuit than just some other decision from another circuit that the 10th Circuit would then be, they're still going to focus more on whichever way they think is the right way to go, as opposed to giving credibility to a national order that covered everybody that got overturned by one of their fellow circuits.
Okay, so my question is, are there any other circuits other than the 9th who have interpreted the FCC ruling against the FCC? In other words, said that it's overreaching. Has that occurred in any other circuit that you know of?
There's no other circuit that has interpreted the 2018 small cell order. There are some other circuits that have interpreted some of the issues within that order in a way that's not the way the FCC interpreted it. Yes.
Okay. All right. That's all I have. Hopefully that's helpful. Thank you. Thank you. I'm done.
Before we continue into the rest, just a reminder and to emphasize what Mr. Feldman said, this is purely, at this point, this is policy. And so whatever this council wants to bring forward, and either vote up or down, amendments up or down, however, that's this body. And it's not Mr. Feldman who's saying, he's doing his best to advise us, but the buck stops with us. So keep that in mind. And Mr. Abel did mention that, and maybe I said this wrong, we are welcome to dig into these different policy issues tonight. I don't want to hold any of that up. Just would like to get us hopefully somewhere closer to something that could either be voted up or down coming up in the next couple weeks. Ms. Springsteen.
Okay, I just want to start by bringing up that I was third in line to speak and I was passed over. And also earlier, the mayor said that I didn't appear until 7:30, even though I appeared early and was booted out by the internet and tried to get back on. And for whatever reason, my video didn't show up for about 15 minutes. And so I wasn't allowed completely on. And the reason I want to bring that up is because this is a pattern of harassment and silencing me and discriminating against me. And I don't accept it. The second thing I want to say is that Lynn Judson, who is one of the leaders of the broadband task force and has spent countless hours on this issue, tried to call in tonight and was passed over, was not permitted to speak. I think that's very strange that the leader of this citizen group was not permitted to speak. And this has been a problem over and over and over again with this Zoom method of having meetings. We are denying people their First Amendment rights. And I don't understand what's going on, but I'm telling you, it's happening. I want to say that it's deplorable that the city will only allow the citizens 10 minutes when they have spent thousands of dollars and thousands of hours on this issue to have a very reputable attorney who was very kind to Mr. Feldman call in and make statements. And I believe under the policies and procedures, he should have been allowed at least 20 minutes because he represents a citizen group and he pulled time. But we want to shut people up. That's what we do. All right, now, Mr. Feldman had already lost all credibility with me when he told me we were going to be sued personally several months ago if we lifted the moratorium. Tonight, he is fear-mongering the same stuff again. And it's just not true. That's fear-mongering. We're not going to get personally sued over this stuff, trying to do the right thing to provide the best, safest life possible for our constituents. I doubt that the industry has ever sued a city council person personally, ever, or the FCC. To me, there's a word for that, extortion. So is the industry creating this extortion, or where's it coming from? Because we're not going to get sued personally. So if we're supposed to make decisions based on the fact that we're based on this fear mongering, that's not acceptable. I want real opinions. And so here's what I would read you about Mr. Fellman. In a case where he was named as defendant against Affinity, case number 18 CV 32340, that started in 2013 and went all the way up to the Supreme Court and was denied cert this past November. The summary of the claim was, this is a negligent misrepresentation action arising out of a legal opinion. Defendants, Mr. Fellman, prepared a written opinion letter dated October 22nd, 2013 for the benefit of plaintiff Affinity. Defendants provided the opinion letter to Affinity as an inducement to Affinity to enter into a multi-million-dollar contract with defendant's client, Eagle Net Alliance, a purported intragovernmental agency. A true and correct copy of defendant's written legal opinion upon which Affinity relied is attached. Affinity relied upon defendant's legal opinion when contracting with defendant's client, Eagle Net. Defendants made a number of false or inaccurate statements in the opinion letter upon which Affinity relied as a result of defendant's misrepresentations. Affinity has suffered losses of more than $5 million. Now, Mr. Fellman's defense to that was he filed a motion to dismiss under the Colorado Governmental Immunity Act, saying that he was a public employee of a public entity and therefore protected. So let me ask you this. Why is Mr. Fellman protected under the Colorado Governmental Immunity Act and we are not? I don't get it. But secondly, apparently he doesn't give very good advice and costs people lots and lots of money.
Let's not do character assassinations here. We're here to talk about policy, and I'd encourage you.
I am talking about policy, and please do not silence me again, Mayor.
I'm not
please do not do
you.
that.
But there's a lot of folks that want to continue to talk about this ordinance, and I understand that you have concerns about Mr. Fellman, but we have to act in a professional manner, and I would encourage you to do that, please.
I encourage you to act professionally, Mayor, and let me say my piece. And especially, Mayor, because you took campaign contributions from AT&T and from Comcast and from Jill Fellman by chance, who is Mr. Fellman's wife. And so I ask you, why are you not recusing yourself in this vote? Because obviously you have a stake in this game too. And so I'm really wondering, here is the policy problem. How are we supposed to make good policy decisions when our information is being completely guided by special interests and by people who are not neutral? I watched Mr. Fellman go out in the hallway with the guy from the FCC for like an hour when we had our meeting. They're good buddies. And so why can't the citizens at the very least have their own say? Okay, and here's one issue that just didn't make sense to me that Mr. Fellman said. So he said that the separation in Larimer County of 1,000 feet is explained because that's a rural community. And so somehow they don't need as many towers or something as like Fort Collins. That makes zero sense to me, because isn't the issue of 5G that they need many, many towers so that they can all read each other, and the signals they need shorter spacing for the signals? And so how does that make any sense that you don't need as many in rural communities? To me, that says that the spacing is just made up stuff too. So I would suggest that we table this until we can get some real neutral opinions and maybe hear from several people who can speak to these issues in a real way without all of these other agendas involved. All right, that's it. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Johnson and then Mr. Skilling.
Thank you. First of all, I'd like to just mention that I received an email that Mr. Davidson has been trying to get in and somehow was not able. Also, I think he would like to respond to some of the comments by Mr. Fellman. You know, someone for me who does not have a legal background, this really does get complicated. We've got 3 legal opinions. One is Mr. Fellman, one is the Campanelli law firm, and then one is Mark Davidson. And there's conflicting information, so it makes it difficult to try and sort through the correct answer on some things. I do have a few questions. First off, I'd like to ask, besides AT&T weighing in and having input, were there other industry leaders that also had a seat at the table for this besides AT&T? Did somebody want to answer that?
I can answer it. We also heard from Verizon in the process. AT&T is the only company that submitted written materials for us as part of this process.
Okay, thank you.
I don't know if we've heard from Zayo or some of the others in formal ways. I know when council was looking at implementing a moratorium, we certainly heard from Zayo in context to that with threatening of litigation, but I don't recall them necessarily providing more substantive feedback to the proposed changes, but it's possible they did early on in the process.
Okay. Does Lakewood have a comprehensive plan showing the maximum and the minimum density or penetration in neighborhoods regarding these poles? Do we know what it would look like with the maximum and with the minimum?
That we don't. That's one of the things we looked at early on in this process. What one option a city could take, similar to laying dark fiber throughout a community, would be to build out a 5G system on their own, thus putting in the most efficient system possible and leasing those towers out to private industry. that's something that I think is probably cost prohibitive for the city and a very different business model than we've pursued with other things. But it is something we talked about early on as we were developing this. I think from a staff perspective, what we anticipated being the greatest concern, knowing that we can't regulate anything having to do with health and safety, would be the pole clutter. So we wanted to have the most efficient system from a pole clutter standpoint. And that's what we attempted to do in drafting the rules that are in front of you all. The next step to that would be the city go ahead and do its best to put out a system. That's not to say that Verizon or AT&T or anyone else couldn't build a tower that isn't one of the predetermined city-owned towers. We don't have the authority, we don't think, to stop them from doing that. But certainly if we did all the work and we're offering it to them, that would be the most efficient way for them to achieve their saturation that they're looking for. The other challenge we run into in looking at that is that there's multiple carriers out there, and at most, we believe a tower can support 2 antennas without becoming too tall. So you might have 4 carriers all looking for real estate in a similar area. So there might have to be additional towers even after the city puts out the most optimal system, because they don't have interoperability between those towers and networks.
Oh my. And there's probably the potential that maximum and minimum could look different in different neighborhoods as well.
Absolutely. The one thing we did learn is that 5G is more susceptible to tree foliage or other things like that.
The topography.
The topography. Additionally, different, because the 5G technology is still being developed, different carriers' technology might have different reaches. So while one carrier might be able to place poles 600 feet apart and believe that they'll have coverage, another carrier might say that that's insufficient and they need poles 300 feet apart, or 1,000 feet apart would be sufficient for them. As the technology is being developed, that's one thing we've heard from the industry, is that there's no set distance. So it might be that we design it most optimally based on what we think, and that might be based on one carrier's technology, and that wouldn't necessarily work for all carriers. It's pretty complicated.
Sounds like it. How many applications have we gotten since February?
I believe we are still at 1 application. We do have Mike Whitaker on the phone or online, and if we're able to bring Mike over, I think he could probably verify that or set me straight.
Okay. Please, somebody help me out with this. When we had the pause and the moratorium or pause, we were told that that was violating, I believe, FCC. And so we needed to go ahead and go forth, and that a yes vote would mean that anybody that submitted an application would be held to the standard of what this council comes up with in this ordinance. But when I was reading the AT&T document, they state that these things are not retroactive. Could somebody please respond to that?
Tim or Ken? I'm happy to give it my shot, but I don't think it would be as legally sound as your opinion.
I'm looking at Tim. I don't know if he can see me looking at him.
I certainly can. I recall the discussion that we had about the moratorium idea, or the pause, and the idea of a pending ordinance approach to this. And once again, it was based on advice that we provided at that time about whether there was another way to address this, and whether we could continue to postpone the discussion and not run afoul of, or not run into the threats that we did receive of potential litigation. We did not have any applications filed during that time. We did not have to impose a pending ordinance. If Mike is going to join us and confirm that there was just the one application, I think that would be the same application that was pending back when we did that. So I think, as Ken has said, we tried to find a way to accommodate the requests to delay the proceedings without putting Lakewood in a position to get sued over it. And we still stand in that same position, I guess.
Okay, because I did vote yes based on the advice that this ordinance would apply to anybody that had submitted their application.
That was the working theory, that we could use the pending ordinance doctrine in that way, and we don't know if it would have succeeded or not.
Okay. Just as a matter of curiosity, when the city council first received having this on our agenda, I believe it was February 12th or something. Unfortunately, I was gone at that time. These ordinances take a little bit of time to put together and to write. When did the city first reach out to AT&T last year, or did AT&T contact the city first? I'm curious what the timeline looks like on this. But you've already answered the other question. When did we first start working on this in 2019?
Thank you for the question, Councilmember Johnson. I believe, as I indicated in my email to you earlier today, we may not know the specific dates of when we reached out, but certainly the city was looking for all public input in this process. And you're right, the document took many months of preparation to get to a point that we even had a draft that we could share with the community. Certainly staff wasn't aware, and I don't know that the group existed, but Lakewood Broadband or any other citizen group. But we weren't shying away from community input. We were looking for as much community input as possible to give council the best document that had the strictest interpretation, but was still within the legal confines of federal and state law.
Okay. Well, I apologize, Ben. I know I asked it, and to be honest with you, I had so many documents. I didn't get to your.
No worries.
But it's just as good that it's out in the public anyway.
Absolutely.
I guess on a personal level, I am a little concerned that the industry was having a seat at the table, if you will, many months ago, and the citizens were not aware of it. And I think that's part of the public perception of concern here for this ordinance. I'll just throw that out. Also, you may or may not have an answer to this. In Mr. Campanelli's rather lengthy document, he mentioned that the U.S. Secretary of Defense was warning the FCC that 5G could harm GPS, impact military operations, and impact weather forecasting. Has that issue ever been resolved? That seems pretty important, and I just wondered if there was any resolution to that we are aware of.
May I?
Please.
I'm not aware that that issue ever was resolved or that the FCC ever responded publicly to any concerns raised by the military. I would say that I'm aware that multiple federal agencies have criticized the FCC at different points in the process for things they have done. Most recently, the Government Accounting Office related to what the FCC has done on 5G. And I'm just here to tell you that the FCC does what the FCC wants to do. until somebody tells them they can't do it. So I'm not, I'm aware of the criticisms, and it's not just from the military, but the FCC has moved forward and they are going full bore on everything 5G. And there's many of us who have been fighting against that for a long time. And it's just the current administration that we have. I've been doing this for a long time under both Democratic and Republican administrations, and local governments usually get short shrift, but in most cases they get at least listened to and respected. And I'm seeing a lot less of that than I used to with this current administration.
Thank you. And I'm glad that that you've joined in. It's my understanding that the FCC is being sued. Could you please talk about the status of that? And do you see any short-term resolution to that, or talk a little bit about what's going on with that, Ken?
Well, I guess if what you mean by being sued is their actions are being challenged in court.
Yes, that would be it.
They get sued all the time. This is the 2018 small cell rules were just the latest in a long list of FCC interpretations dealing with wireless issues going back years and years and years, where FCC rulings have been challenged in court, and sometimes they win and sometimes they lose. They came up with the new RF rules, which didn't really change the old RF rules, and they got sued over that. So they're probably named in many, many, many lawsuits, not just the ones that are done, but that are pending now. It's just a fact of life. And frankly, I don't think that's unique to the FCC. Federal agencies get sued all the time when somebody doesn't like the rules that they promulgate.
Yeah, it was my understanding that there was one that was very significant, and there was interest in waiting to see what that outcome would be, but I guess there's several. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
I might add just real quickly, Councilmember Johnson, based on one of your earlier comments, I think it's important to understand that when staff began this process, they certainly had the public's interest in mind, and were crafting the rules in a way that we felt protected the public as much as possible under the existing rules. So the idea that the public wasn't at the table, or that the public was being left out of the process, that was at the core of what we were directing Ken to do and what staff was doing. So to some extent, the premise that the industry had a special seat at the table, it was an adversarial seat. And they were none too pleased with the rules that we were putting in place. So I don't think it's a fair characterization that staff was working with industry to develop rules to negatively impact the community. And I don't mean to infer that's what you were trying to say necessarily, but I wanted to set the record straight on that. I think you're muted, Councilmember Johnson.
Councilor Johnson, you are on mute.
When you say staff, could you please identify who on staff has been so involved in this, Ben?
It's been several members of staff. So from the city manager's office, Kit Lammers, who's no longer with the organization, he's moved on to another city, but he played an integral role, as well as representatives from Public Works, because they control the right of way and building and permits, and the planning staff for items that are placed, or poles that were potentially placed not within the right of way, that would be under planning's purview.
Okay, thank you very much.
Multiple departments, as well as the attorney's office, of course.
Okay, thank you.
So I have Miss Vincent, Mr. LeBeer, Miss Gutwein, and then we have Mr. Skilling and Mr. Beta.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, and I want to get it on record, that I am not in favor at all of pushing this further down the road. Even though I have constituents that have not gotten online, they are about done with this subject. They understand that there's a citizens group here. In fact, many of these people have been in citizens group and have gotten voted 11-0 and not had anything implemented. And they couldn't afford lawyers, but they were there till, I think we had the longest meeting, 2:25 at that time. And they say there's a lot of things for us to work on. And this was initially in January, and we're now in July, and they feel strongly that we should be working on something. I represent them, and I feel the same way also. And so I just wanted to get that on record, that I'm not in favor of pushing this any further out. If we need to discuss it tonight, let's do that and move forward. That's my thought. Another thing, I've also personally dealt with the FCC, been out of jobs because of them, have a lot of things that happen, and they can change their mind. But basically what they say does go, and there's only so much that you can do about it. You can get angry about it, but there's only so much legally you can do about it. Thank you.
Councilor LeBear.
Thanks, Mayor. Yeah, this is really for our residents. I just wanted to encourage them to reach out themselves to the FCC if they have issues with the particulars in the order, and also the White House, as it is his administration that has been promulgating these rules, and also your members of Congress, both here in Colorado and your senators, or wherever you're listening in from. There is a bill in the House of Representatives to give and restore more local control back to municipalities. And if people are seriously wanting to see that outcome, then I encourage them to reach out to their members of Congress. Also, I want to thank CML and the National League of Cities. I think they've done an excellent job of really fighting for our interests in trying to restore some of our local control. And I was happy to be lobbying in Congress for that as well when I was there in Washington, D.C. On the health concerns, for the residents, I just want to say, most of those are dealt with at the federal level, the National Institute of Health, the International Commission on Non-Ionizing Radiation Protection, and multiple other agencies and nonprofit organizations that are intergovernmental or non-governmental international organizations. I wanted to apologize to our legal counsel, Mr. Fellman. And also, I just wanted to acknowledge to our residents, our process for speakers was approved, I believe, unanimously in 2018. And that's based on our policies and procedures. So I also want to thank the mayor for trying to enforce that decorum and enforce, our policies and procedures. I know it's not an easy job, and it's, challenging to get us on the same page, but we're all responsible for these policies and procedures and the way that they are. It's just, unfortunately, just our mayor who ends up getting the blame for a lot of the way the process comes out. So just wanted to say all that. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilor Gutwein.
Thank you. Okay. Couple questions. First, I want to understand about, there was some discussion early on from the citizen's attorney, as we've been calling it, but I guess the broadband, I'm gonna say the broadband attorney, because I think that's what the group is called. I thought he was explaining that basically if we were to put up a rule and then get sued, that the cost to the city would be minimal. And I just want to understand if I heard that correctly, or if that is correct.
Please. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's kind of what I heard him say, that basically there's no section of the statute that would allow for damages to be awarded against the city if the court were to have found that the city did something wrong. City would obviously incur the cost of defending itself. He did say there's nothing in the statute that requires attorney's fees for the other side be paid. And he's right about that, although there are still mechanisms for a court to award attorney's fees. It doesn't happen a lot, but it can happen. And maybe on that point and to the point about individual liability that I made earlier, and I hope most of the council didn't take it this way, but there was certainly no intent to create a sense of fear. There was just an intent to be honest, that one of the reasons that people hire lawyers is because they want to find out if it hits the fan, if it gets as bad as it can get, what's the worst that can happen? And then how do you protect against that? Or is that a risk worth taking? So I stand by the statements I made before, and I will stand by this one and say that there's a possibility that there could be an attorney's fees award while it's not provided for specifically in the statute. I think it's unlikely, but I think I would not be doing my job if I tried to hide that from you.
Thank you. I appreciate that. That's helpful. So it's basically, we wouldn't be, there's no damages, but we would, of course, be paying our legal fees, which we all know could be significant. And by that, all I just mean is lawyers are expensive, and so it's all relative. And I'm certainly not in any way saying that this council can do what they want to do. You can all propose what you want to propose. If you are so confident that we will not get sued and that we will not have personal liability and all of that other stuff, go for it. Just go for it. Just put it up and then we can vote on it. And, I think that is certainly up to you. I also want to, for myself, want to understand, because we are in the middle of a pandemic. We are in the middle of a economic crisis. We are in the middle of budget cuts. We are facing 10% budget cuts already. And so I want to be very clear on what our legal costs are, not just for the potential of us getting sued, but for the cost of this process that we are currently going through. So I am not saying don't do it. There's more than enough lawyers in this process as it is. I think we have, if you want to propose all of this, just do it and support it and vote for it and go for it. But I will not also be supporting dragging on a process any longer than we already have, just for the sake of dragging it on. We have amendments available. Let's just do this. On that note, I have a couple of other questions. I want to understand about the RF testing. What I understood is that we want, or what, could someone just tell me what this organization is called? Is it broadband community? I'm blanking on it. I don't want to call it the citizens group because I am doing
Lakewood Broadband.
Lakewood Broadband. I'm so sorry.
Too bad we don't all know that.
Thanks, Anita. Thank you, Councilor Springsteen. Lakewood Broadband, it's been so far all called the citizens group. I don't like that because we all represent citizens and residents, and we are all hearing different things. And so I'm going to call it the Lakewood Broadband Group because it represents a group of citizens. But anyway, thank you. I want to understand about the RF proposal. So from the Lakewood Broadband Group, the proposal is that the companies would have to pay the costs. And the reason that is an issue is because there's a cap of what the cost can be. Is that correct? Am I understanding that correctly? No. Okay.
So, Councilmember Goodwin, one of the concerns that I have, the way I read the federal law, the 1996 law, is that, and the case law, including 10th Circuit case law that has interpreted this particular provision, is that the Congress has completely preempted local governments and has given what the FCC what's called field preemption. So the FCC occupies the total field of what can be regulated when it comes to making siting decisions based upon the health effects of radio frequency emissions. There have been a number of FCC decisions since, and I think some even before 1996, but mostly the ones I'm thinking of happened since, where what the law appears to say to me is, in the application that they file at the local level, you can require them to do what the FCC requires. You can require them to give you what the FCC requires of them. So there are a number of sites that are what's called under the law categorically exempt. If you meet certain criteria, you're categorically exempt. The FCC says you're not going to be an RF problem, it's not going to be a health problem, and you can go ahead with your site. So on a local level, if an applicant says we're categorically exempt, you can ask them to say, give us whatever documentations you are filing, if any, with the FCC that shows you're categorically exempt. If you're not categorically exempt, then there's a whole range of things that might happen. We've heard NEPA, the National Environmental Policy Act, come up a number of times in these discussions, not tonight, but over the months. And it doesn't mean that there has to be an environmental impact statement or an environmental assessment every time. Sometimes the way to comply with NEPA, if a site is not categorically exempt, is for the applicant to demonstrate to the FCC what kind of protective signage or fencing or screening are you using at your site to mitigate any individual from getting closer than what the maximum permitted exposure levels are. So again, if a site is not categorically exempt, I think any city or any county could say, and whatever you have to show to the FCC to show that this is okay, you have to show that to us too, so that the local government gets to evaluate, have they done everything that the federal government requires of them in order to show that they're in compliance with these FCC health regulations. One of the things that they're not required to do is to do periodic testing, to do, I shouldn't say never, but in the vast majority of cases, a site is not required by the FCC after it becomes operational to have an RF engineer go out there and test it to see, are you in fact complying with the FCC's rules? And I'm not aware of any regulation that would require a site, once it becomes operational, every 6 months or every 12 months or every 3 years or whatever the interval is that you want to pick, to go out and test again to say, are you still compliant or are you not? So I think when you get into those areas of requiring things of an applicant or of a wireless company that owns the infrastructure to incur costs and take steps to file regulatory information with a local government that entity is not required to file with the FCC, that's where you run afoul of the law and you run the risk of a court finding that, look, the FCC has preempted the entire field here and the city can't require one of these entities to do more than what the FCC requires of it. Did that answer your question?
Yes, thank you. I think that because one of the biggest concerns, as I understand it, is potential health risks, it would be nice if we could require the testing. But what you're saying is federally, we are not able to do that.
It's an imposition, a cost and a practice that I don't think you have the authority to make. I think along the lines of some of the arguments, or not arguments, questions that I've heard from some of you throughout the evening, it's not totally black and white. And if the city wanted to require it, I would say, I think you might get challenged on it. And I think the chances are better that you would lose than you would win, but maybe you would win. So that gets back to understand the risks and then make the best policy call that you collectively as a council can make. That's the only way I know to look at these things.
Thank you. Okay. My next question is actually Mayor Paula, policy, or just a process question. I wanted to propose an amendment. Are we not, I wanted to explain the amendment that I put forward. Is this the appropriate time?
I would encourage all of council to, put forth what, if building off of document 1, what they would like to see. Now, tonight, it's not voting, it's just consensus.
Right.
There's certainly clear consensus. I think that should suffice to move forward. If not, then it's going to get a little bit tricky because we don't take formal votes. So
that's fine. I just wanted to understand. Okay. So Mr. Feldman, I had, one of the documents in our stack here is a 1-page proposal that I sent in. It has to do with worker transparency. And we had discussed this on the phone as well. And I had asked some questions, and then I'm trying to understand the feedback. I think was, this is a policy question. Is that correct? Maybe that's a question for Ben. Sorry for calling you Ben. Being informal.
I think Ken could definitely answer it as well, but I think one of the concerns is that we would be applying a specific type of rule to one group or one segment of an industry, and not all segments of that industry or all like businesses within the city, thus perhaps opening us up to legal challenges.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Feldman, please correct me if I'm wrong.
No, I think my reaction to that was, if that's a policy that the city of Lakewood wants to pursue, I think you have a much better chance of it being enforceable if it's applied across the board. If we're concerned about the safety of workers who work on cell towers, are we not, or on poles in the rights of way, are we not equally concerned about the safety of electric utility workers? And do you require the same thing of those individuals? So I think it's absolutely appropriate for consideration, but I think it's legally enforceable when it's applied to all similarly situated workers.
So let me ask you a follow-up question. I understand that. And I think one concern that I have is that we may never get to that. We may honestly never get to that if we wait and try to do it across the board, because things aren't exactly fast moving, and we have so many other issues. So what my question is, let me just provide a little background to the city council, to everybody about why I'm bringing this up. two reasons. One is that a few years ago in my ward, in Ward 5, we had an issue where basically there was some telecom work being done. I won't say which company it was, but they were using a subcontractor, and there wasn't signage on the vans, and then people didn't know who it was, and then they didn't know what they were doing, and then there was work being done on their streets, and then they couldn't figure out what was happening, and then there was some minor damage to one of the properties, but still damage nonetheless, and they couldn't figure out who the contractor, who it was and who was liable, and it became a challenge. And so my hope would be that we could do, a very pared down version of what I listed. I sent an entire page that, frankly, some of it is pretty maybe over the top. I'll just say that. And I think that what we could do that would accomplish the biggest goal here is just require that the companies list who their subcontractors are, and that's it. And so that would be A and B of the page that I sent you. And then one other piece of background here is I did also reach out to CWA as additional stakeholders and had this discussion with them. And those are the key points from their perspective as well, that we, just the transparency of knowing who it is in the breadcrumbs. So my question is, would doing just A and B, just requiring they list their contractors, would that, in your opinion, open us up to liability issues? I don't want to unfairly hit one industry, but I have had a personal experience in our ward where this happened. And so that's why I want to address this as this came forward.
I guess if you're asking me, I still have a little bit of concern about it. I'm not familiar with Lakewood's permitting practice, but as you were describing the situation, the thought that was running through my mind is who has the permit? And oftentimes the subcontractor has the permit. So it shouldn't be that hard to figure out who is the subcontractor. But if the applicant has the permit, you still have a party to go back to. And I would almost suspect under your existing right-of-way or streets codes now, you have the applicant be responsible for whoever causes damage in the property. So I don't know that it would definitely get you sued, but certainly you can imagine any business, whether it's a cable business or an electric company or a gas company and a wireless company, saying the rules for wireless companies are they have to disclose who their subcontractors are, but it's not as important for the city to know who the subcontractors are of all these other companies who are digging in the streets or working in the streets at any given time as well. So I guess my thought was there's some potential exposure, and it may be that you have language, and when I say you, I mean the city has language in the code or in the streets regulations right now that would cover that issue, so that maybe based upon staffs having a better understanding of what your experience was in your ward, that they might be better prepared to have those questions answered if the same thing were to happen under the existing regulatory framework.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. And I think what I will do is follow up and see if that will already be taken care of. I'll do that offline and make sure. And if not, I think that I would potentially ask our council to consider including this. And I guess that will be a topic for when we have the meeting. But I think it sounds like it's relatively lower risk and exposure, and it's transparency, and it's ensuring that we know who's doing the work. And in terms of, so I'll just say that. So I think that unless it's already covered, which it may be, I may still make that proposal just because it could be a very, very, very long time before we address this again. Or perhaps, maybe I'll just, I'm just going to ask you all, do you support moving that forward? And we can get a consensus on at least moving it forward.
So Ms. Guwine, two things. Mr. Abel had a follow-up to your comment here, so I'm going to go there.
Okay, I still have a couple other questions.
Okay, well, let's just go to a follow-up here for Mr. Abel on that.
Okay.
A couple of things. Your best practices suggestion, I think, is very worthwhile. I think we should follow through on it with some haste, not necessarily attached to 5G, but I think it's fairly universal, and protection for our workers is very important. So stick to your guns on that one. I believe that we can, since we have the subcontractors for each job, I believe, have to have some input, some registration with Public Works. Why can't Public Works just supply those subcontractor lists when needed? Mr. Cox?
We have Ann Hine in the waiting room. It might
do we?
Make sense to bring Ann over,
okay.
or Mike Whitaker. Michelle, I don't know if you can get Ann over. Hi, Ann. Have you been able to track the discussion? Give her a second to get unmuted.
The current public way ordinance requires that subcontractors be registered with Lakewood and be listed on the permit applications. And entities change their subcontractors depending on their own workload and their own contracts. And sometimes we have subcontractors of subcontractors. And we require that anyone working in the right-of-way be listed on the permit and have the appropriate insurance to work within the right-of-way. So I think the concern is covered universally in the right-of-way ordinance.
But wouldn't that be public record?
Yes, it would be.
So then it would be available to us, the list
Yes.
of contractors.
Yes,
Okay.
it would be.
Okay.
And what about, and just for clarification, what about some work being done not in the right of way?
If the work is permitted, we do require that any subcontractor working on private property also be listed on the permit. The difference is that we do not require the specific insurance that we require for contractors working within the public right-of-way.
Great. Thank you for the clarification.
Thank you. I do have other things when it comes to the broader discussion.
Yes,
a
please.
lot of other things. Thank you.
So what I'm understanding is that is already dealt with through the permitting process.
I think so. I think that information is available.
Okay, well, fantastic. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. All right, last few questions. I hope that everyone else that wants to make amendments that are not in document 1 would just go ahead and make them, and even consider making them tonight so that we can try to get consensus and dig through these issues. Last thing was, or one of the last, I just want to ensure that we go through the process of how people can speak on public comment. Again, it sounds like there's been a couple of people that have been unable to go through. And Mayor Paul, if you could, I don't know if people didn't push *9 when they were in or what, but I think, we're still having some issues, it sounds like, with people being able to log in. So if once people are logged in, if we just remind them that they have to hit *9 in order to be able to speak, because I think that's what happened with at least one of the people.
I believe Ms. Jetson was able to speak at least in the first round, so I think she got through and was able to speak. We can follow up with her to find out perhaps what happened.
Yeah.
For item 4.
I think that what is confusing maybe is that when you first call in, you're muted, but then you're able to indicate that you wish to speak. And so maybe we can just explain that as we're doing as we call for public comment, say, you're going to be muted, then you hit *9 to speak. And then the final thing I just want to say is, I've probably been late to more meetings than anyone else on this council. And I just want to make sure, Councilor Springsteen, that I don't know if you know this or not, but whenever someone's late, we have to call, just for the record, indicate when they've arrived if they missed roll call, because then that way the record shows who's at the meeting. And so I just want
I was not late. I was at the meeting at the beginning. I got cut off.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry for misunderstanding that. So I think maybe what could resolve this would be for the record to reflect that Councilor Springsteen was at the meeting on time and that she was cut off. But the point is that the reason that statement was made is to show, I wasn't aware that had happened, and I don't know if Mayor Paul was either.
It was a misstatement made purposely to make me look bad. That's my point.
Well, what my point is that anytime anyone is late, it is clarified who is now in attendance.
Okay.
No.
So we're getting way off track here.
I am being discriminated against over
Ms.
and
Springsteen,
over.
you don't have the floor. Okay, so we're getting way off track here. Okay, so do you have anything else related to? Okay, all right. So we're going to start.
In fact, the mayor doesn't cut off anybody else's comments like he did with mine. Discrimination.
I just cut off Miss Gutwein, Miss Springsteen. Okay, so we've kind of gone around and everybody's had a chance to speak. So I just want to talk a little bit about where I'm at on this document. We have a lot of documents before us. So I do commend all the folks in the community as well as staff and our legal team, Mr. Feldman and his team, for trying to really put together something to build off of that tried to incorporate what they felt was legal in doing your job. So thank you. So I think we're beyond the scope of saying, Mr. Feldman, can we put this in? I think the document number 1 is really as far as he feels we can go. The rest is truly a policy decision for this council to decide and to move forward. And so you have a lot of different versions that you can look at to say, I'd like to see this put in or this taken out. But that's where I'm at. So I'm perfectly fine building off document 1. Ms. Gutwein, I'm fine with your amendments. I think there was a couple questions as to testing and insurance, which I think if we can't address in this, something like this could also be something that we address at our retreat, where we look holistically at all of our utilities. As Mr. Fellman said, everything that's in our right of way. And so to do a check-in to see if there's uniformity or there needs to be some sort of updates to the different utilities along the way. And some of those may be covered by franchise, so I don't know where we get into those sorts of questions, but that's where I'm at. And just to check in, it's 10:55. And so we're going to certainly keep plowing through, but it would be helpful if you do have amendments that you would like to see, or you're fine with certain things, to kind of get that out there. And again, we're on consensus tonight. And so if the consensus isn't there, it's certainly something that you can bring back via the opportunity at second reading to make that motion have a vote up or down. So, Mr. Skilling?
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to talk quickly. I have two points on this. To the points about amendments, I'm reading through document 2, which I think was the Lakewood broadband folks, and this is on the RF testing. This is page 10-14. So now I'm going to kind of get into the weeds on some of this stuff because that's what we need to do. I note that on 10-14, this the commenter says that this was adopted from the city of Larkspur, California. I have not double checked that, but let's assume for the purposes of tonight that was language that was adopted by another municipality. So at least the language has been vetted in some degree. I don't know the best way of addressing the testing, whether it's, to Mr. Fellman's point, trying not to create obstacles that would be illegal, something that is too far afield as far as cost-wise. But it does seem like this would be something that we could look at as a way to make sure the carrier, the company, is in compliance with the FCC. The way I read the language on 10-14 is that it's for the sole purpose of verifying compliance with the FCC. So it's to make sure that the folks that are putting it up are playing by the rules. I don't necessarily think that it's doesn't seem to be that controversial. And I note that AT&T, while they provided comments in other places, did not provide a comment to this. So I don't know if maybe if Mr. Goldstein, I don't know if they did comment in some other way. But I do note that they didn't have a formal objection like they did on some of these others. So that's a really rambling, kind of questiony, commenty thing. But it's my way of saying that I think that we should look at this, the RF emissions testing. If I'm looking at the correct one that we've all been talking about, this was one of the 4 key ones that we spoke about earlier. And I don't know, it was adopted in another municipality, not in Colorado, but the fact that AT&T seemingly didn't object to it, and that its sole purpose is to make sure that they're playing by the rules that the FCC has put upon us, seems like something we should consider. Any thoughts on that?
I'll just say real quickly, I don't have a separate set of comments or verbal comments from AT&T other than what you all received.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't think so. I was just curious because they had commented on other things, whether or not I should read too much or too little into that.
I don't know. Mr. Feldman can probably speak more to his legal interpretation of it, or perhaps AT&T's omission of a comment on this.
Yeah, I don't have the AT&T document in front of me, so I don't want to speak from memory, but I would say, Councilmember Skilling, that that language in the document 1 that we proposed of what could be accepted, it doesn't go quite as far as what was taken out of the Larkspur, California ordinance, but some of the concepts that were in the proposal from the Lakewood Broadband Group are now in the proposal that staff is recommending the council can do.
On the specifically to the RF testing?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Well, it's not doing the testing. It's this is under a section titled submittal requirements. So this is what needs to get submitted with the application, right? You can't actually test a site that hasn't been constructed yet. So there is language that we put in under the submittal requirements, which in the margin note says it is modified from what was suggested by the group.
And I note that that's also in the definitions under the radio frequency emissions letter. And
yeah,
I think you made a similar comment there.
Yes.
Okay, and I'll check separately AT&T's own red line to see if I'll do that offline to see. I was looking at like the master document, which maybe they made a separate comment that I didn't see on there. Okay, the next, what we've heard a lot about with this whole issue of 5G, and folks that even don't pay that much attention to it, they do see the towers that have been erected in certain places. They're kind of all over. They're on the other side of Green Mountain. There's those giant 3 that are there. There's a little distance from houses, but nonetheless, that's what people's minds go to, especially in the neighborhood. So that's if we're focused on aesthetics of the neighborhood and not just putting a bunch of stuff on everybody's street corners or in front of their house or on their light poles. I note that when I brought this up earlier, I was mentioning a section about residential setbacks, and I was probably very inarticulate with the words that I was using. There's the WCF, that's just the general wireless facility, right? That's kind of the catch-all term. When we're talking about setbacks and distancing, we're talking about the WCFs, right?
Well, WCFs are all wireless facilities. Small cells are a subset of WCFs.
Right, it's within, but it is a subset. It's within this broader category of WCF. Yes. What I'm trying to really understand when it comes to amendments or crafting this ordinance, I guess it really boils down to, I'm trying to make sure that there's not a pole on every corner, that when we got the light pole out front of the houses, that you don't wake up one day and there's a whole cluster of these things there, that we can minimize the intrusion on the neighborhood from these structures. And whether that's through design standards, setbacks from property lines, that's where I'm really trying to get at. So it sounded like earlier that was more of a planning, zoning, design standards issue and not as relevant to this particular ordinance itself. Is that accurate?
Well, it is a planning and zoning issue, and it is covered, I think, to great extent in the city's administratively adopted design standards. So, but yes, this ordinance covers all kinds of WCFs, but to the extent that you have a site within a particular zoning district, you have to refer back to that zoning district. So there's an interplay between the two. I wouldn't want to say it should all be in one and not in the other, but I look at this as creating the process and how you go through it and the submittals and what the criteria are. But for the design elements and the minimizing of the pole clutter, some of that is in here, some of it is in zoning, and a lot of it is in the design standards.
And the design standards would be referenced by this ordinance, but not put directly in the ordinance?
Right. And again, we've had a lot of discussion tonight about policy decisions. Most of the communities that have references to designs in their code, but more detail in separately adopted design standards, have done that in order to be more flexible, frankly, because we are dealing, especially with the small cells, this is all new stuff. We don't have any communities that have tons of poles on every single block yet, but 5 years from now, we're going to see a good deal more than we have now, and in the suburban and the urban areas, and maybe it'll be 20 years before we see it in the rural areas. But in any event, I think to be flexible and to be able to change on the fly as new technologies develop, There may be co-location opportunities and the ability to get 3 providers in a streetlight pole 2 years from now, where you really can't do that on a regular basis today. So putting these in design standards allows the city to be more flexible and to more quickly implement changes in technology in the most appropriate way.
Okay, so if we're talking about a lot of the consternation is about that, is about the, and you had mentioned too, you know, we don't know where we're going to be in 5 years. So we're trying not to make it the Wild West that in 5 years we wake up and, geez, we've got poles everywhere and we just didn't fully think out how this could really happen in a neighborhood, how these poles, based on what we're doing now, that pole clutter could be a real problem. So my main task is just to prevent that kind of unnecessary pole clutter, the, you know, whatever it's going to look like on the, I know that we have design standards and the camouflaging on the small cells for the poles, for like the light poles. But I guess that's what I'm focused on. So if I'm focused on that, I should be looking at design standards as a companion ordinance to this, since this is going to reference that. So my concern should be directed at that design standards document when we're talking about stopping the proliferation inside residential neighborhoods. That's what I think I'm getting from this.
Yeah, I guess I'm not sure what you mean by as a companion ordinance to this, because it's already the law in Lakewood. These things are.
If, for example, I wanted to say that in a residential neighborhood, it's got to be 1,000 feet rather than 600, it's got to be 800 feet, or there's going to be a further setback from a residential property line, that would be a design. I think everything I just mentioned are design standards that would be handled in that ordinance.
If Councilmember Skillen, just to clarify, if council made a rule change in the code, we would adjust the design standards to be in accordance with that. I think the document you're looking at right now would supersede the design standards. The design standards provide additional guidance, greater level of detail to the community and to applicants. But you are correct that the design standards were put together with, from a staff standpoint, the sole purpose of minimizing pole clutter was really staff's number one goal, because we anticipated that being the greatest issue in the community. Right. Certainly there are some members of the community that are concerned about the health impacts of 5G technology. From a staff standpoint, we made the determination that we're preempted from dealing with the health impacts, thus focusing on something that is within our control, and that would be pole clutter. Okay. So the idea is that we already think, from a staff standpoint, we pushed the envelope about as far as we could. That's why we went with 600 feet as opposed to 250 feet like Denver. Our design guideline used Denver's as a model document, and then made modifications to make ours more stringent in some cases.
Yeah, don't misunderstand. I'm not criticizing the design standards of the work that was done or what the purpose of that was. I'm merely saying that for process purposes of what we're doing tonight and in 3 weeks from now, I'm just trying to figure out the best way. If somebody were to say, we actually want to go from 600 to 800, or we want to add an additional setback that's greater than the one that's in there, 2 feet for every foot of tower instead of 1 foot, something like that. I'm just trying to figure out, is that something that we make in the design standard, or is that something that we make to document 1? Is that an amendment that actually goes into document 1, or is an amendment that we need to make to a companion ordinance? That's all I'm saying process-wise.
Ken, do you have a recommendation there? I think I would recommend some things go in the design guidelines or design standards, and some things go in this document, and it might be a case-by-case basis.
Yeah, I think that's the case. And where I keep getting hung up is when you refer to, when I hear the reference to a companion ordinance, that to me sounds like 2 ordinances. And I think the design standards are not an ordinance. They're administrative regulations that are promulgated pursuant to authority that the city has, that the ordinance gives it, right? So if if council wants to get more strict in certain zoning districts and make sure that the design standards will not go beyond a certain level, then there's nothing wrong putting them in the ordinance. You're not as nimble or able to change on the fly if the situation merits it. You may end up being more strict at the front end, but like you said, Councilmember Skilling, that if we wake up in a year from now or 2 years from now and decide this isn't going the way we want to, we need to jump on this quickly. Just look at how much time it's taken to get from January to here. And I know there's been lots of other issues that have impacted that, but it would be a lot easier for the city to act and tighten up design standards than it would be to change the code.
So then
It's
I
one
would
of the
make,
things.
yeah, go ahead.
One of the things we considered from a staff standpoint was if the technology changes and we think we could push the 600 feet to a greater distance, we think 600 feet based on the current technology is about as far as we can push it without the industry coming back and saying, sorry, we actually can't meet that with our technology. But if technology is improved and we can go to 1,000 feet, that's something we could pretty easily update in the design guidelines or design standards.
Okay. Well, thank you guys. I appreciate it.
I have Mr. Beta, Ms. Johnson, and then Mr. Abel.
I'll pass for now. I may want to come back later.
Okay.
I'm going to pass for now.
Okay. Ms. Johnson and then Mr. Abel.
Thank you. I have a couple of questions for Ken. Ken, when we're talking about the poles and you can put 2 carriers per pole at this time, does that mean it's double the radiation since you've got 2 different 5G towers, or how does that work if both of them are putting off radiation?
So a couple of things. I would not say that you can in all cases put 2 carriers on a pole. There are some poles that can only hold 1 carrier. There are some carriers, when they apply for a pole, their goal is not to put up 5G right away because they don't have it yet. They want to put up 4G to densify their 4G network. And when the time comes that they're ready to go to 5G, they want to add a 5G antenna to the same site. When 5G gets here, 4G is not going away. So it is not as simple as saying all poles can handle 2 carriers. Some poles can only handle 1 antenna, some can handle 2, but it's got to be the same carrier. It just varies on a site-by-site basis. As far as the radio frequency emissions, and I am not an expert in this, but I will tell you from speaking to engineers that the emissions depend upon what frequency band within the radio frequency spectrum a carrier is licensed to broadcast at, and then what the power levels are with that particular frequency band. And there are some I know we again, it hasn't come up tonight, but the phrase millimeter wave technology has come up. Some 5G uses millimeter wave technology, and my understanding is that has more concerns about EMF radiation than mid-range bands that will use 5G. So the short answer to your question, Councilmember Johnson, is I don't think there's a way to say that if we have 1 antenna, we're going to have X amount of radiation, and if we have 2 antennas, we're going to have 2X. I think it depends upon the antennas and what kind of signals are being sent to and from that site.
Say a pole has currently 4G and the carrier gets the license to put 5G. Both 4G and 5G would be on that same pole. And how does that look like with radio frequency emissions? They would both be emitting that?
they would be emitting different levels of radio frequency emissions. We have 4G antennas all over the metro area these days. And while some people have been arguing against any kind of radio frequency emissions, I think it's fair to say that in the years that not just Lakewood, but other cities have been approving 4G sites, there hasn't been the kind of outcry that you're seeing with 5G. So 4G does not emit the same levels in the same way. And again, some of the scientists that I've talked to have said, while some people think there's, concerns about all of this stuff, no matter what kind of emissions we have, that 4G is generally not the same kind and not the same concern as the 5Gs are. And a lot of those same people are saying that these things, when we hold them up to our ears, are actually far more dangerous than even the 5G stuff that we're talking about. So it just depends on the individual device, whether it's a cell phone or a laptop or an antenna on a pole, and what frequencies it's emitting at.
But the bottom line is, if you have a pole with both 4G and 5G, they're both putting out radio frequencies.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
Okay. So it is creating more pollution of the RF that way.
Yeah. Microwave ovens, cell phones, laptops, all of those things put out RF into the environment. And every time you add another one, you put more into the cumulative field.
Okay.
The
I have another
alternative, Councilmember Johnson, to stacking those towers would be 2 poles next to each other. So the city's preempted from regulating on RF emissions, but we can control pole placement to some extent. So that's one of the things that we tried to do, was minimize the code. So that's, if council is not interested in stacking or dual use poles, that's a significant change to what staff was trying to accomplish, because our goal was to minimize pole clutter since we can't regulate on RF. So that's a good question and something worth considering if you would like to direct staff to go a different direction.
Ben, the more I learn about this, the more complicated it is. I'm just trying to get my arms around some of this.
Fair enough.
Okay, I have another question for Ken. Ken, when we're talking about the ongoing testing of RF, that seems to be kind of a thorny issue. What is the history that the radio frequency could change over time and get higher? I think that's the concern. Is there any kind of proof that that kind of thing happens? Or please talk to me about that.
Well, all right. Feel free to cut me off if I'm not answering your question. And I acknowledge that there's a lot of complex stuff going on here. You have to start with the premise that we have all kinds of background radiation in our environment, not just from radio stuff, right? We have we have radiation from the sun. We expose ourselves to far more radiation over the course of a lifetime by voluntarily choosing to live at an altitude of 5,280 feet above sea level than our friends who live at sea level. So any of these electronic kinds of devices, whether they're the kinds of devices we have in our homes or whether they are emitting signals so that you can listen to AM or FM radio or television or now with wireless devices, all emit some kind of radiation, add additional radio frequency emissions into the environment. The radio frequency spectrum, and you may have seen one of these graphics, that's this long, narrow thing with all these different colors on it. And you have TV stations that are in these bands generally, and cell phones that originally were in these bands, but then expanded to other bands, and satellite television signals that were in a certain band. They all emit in different ways. Satellite probably wasn't the best example because that, but in any event, I certainly do not have the expertise to be able to tell you that the influx that we're expecting from more wireless facilities, whether they're 4G or 5G or whatever 6 and 7G are going to look like, will bring in exponentially more or a little bit more, or whether it's going to be safe or whether it's not going to be safe. I've learned enough about it to form my own opinion, which is I think we need to study it a lot more. But I think we need to study it a lot more, not because I'm concerned about a pole going out close to my home. I think we need to study it a lot more because I already have all these devices throughout my house that are emitting this radiation. And I might want to know, what does adding a pole in front of my home do to the cumulative amount of radiation that we're seeing? And not only that, the way that some of this technology works, if you think of a tower, right, a 100-foot tower that's got antenna arrays around the top of the tower, that's emitting out this way on a constant basis. Some of the small cell facilities will follow the signal of the device they are sending something to. So if you have a tower that is about the same height as a second-story bedroom window, and someone is walking down the sidewalk with a device that they're looking at as they're going, the signal may actually be being sent away from the home because it's following the device that it's serving, opposed to if you've got a teenager sitting in that bedroom in the home and they're on their iPad, it may be sending a signal directly into the home. So there may be times of the day where that residence is being exposed to more radiation from that site than other times of the day where it's not being exposed to radiation. I don't know what any of that means as far as should I be concerned about my health or not. I know that the law says that whether I like it or not, I've got to defer to what the FCC rules say about that. It is so complex that it's really impossible to tell how the proliferation of these sites is going to impact the cumulative RF environment.
I guess what I was trying to get at is that if you're going to have ongoing testing, like on a yearly basis, the implication is that these radio frequencies can get higher and people just want to make sure that they're not getting out of control. That's what is the history of the device changing and getting higher frequencies or more, I guess, deeper penetration.
I don't know that there's a standard history that says they get higher over time or they'll get higher if you don't watch them. I am aware, and it's not just with cellular and wireless. I've seen this, again, anecdotally with radio and television. Sometimes they end up being higher because somebody's not paying attention to the equipment. And the equipment is either malfunctioning or they were getting a weak signal and they turned up the power back at the home office more than what they really should have done. So the issue is, does the city legally have the authority to make companies periodically test to show that they're still in compliance? Or if they're not in compliance, now we know we have to do something about it. And legally, I don't think we can force the owner to do the testing. I think if the city wants to be as insulated from liability as it could be, and at the same time be as protective or provide as much data to its citizens about this as it can be, then the city can make a policy decision that we're going to pay for that testing. We're going to, on a either a random basis or a periodic basis, or every time there's a new site, that the city can do its own testing. So keep in mind that you can do whatever testing you want to do if you're willing to pay for it. When it comes to forcing somebody else to pay for it, now we're in that area where maybe you have that legal authority, but there's a pretty good argument that you don't.
And Ken, as a follow-up, sorry, I think this will be helpful for council. As a follow-up, will you share with council the ability to collect fees, the city's ability to collect fees, or lack of ability to collect fees as a result of the findings from that testing.
As opposed to the findings of what?
The testing or fines, really?
Oh, fines. Yeah. I mean, suppose you're doing testing, whether you've gotten the industry to pay for their own testing or the city is doing it themselves, and you find here's a site and they are out of compliance. The city does not have the authority to shut the site down or to impose penalties for violating the FCC standards. The city would then take that information and go to the FCC and say, we have proof that your rules are being violated. Please enforce this. So that's sort of what happens when you find somebody's been misbehaving.
I guess that maybe I tend to see it differently as a cost of doing business. But not only that, if you're the owner of that antenna, I would think that there is a moral obligation that you want to make sure that it is not malfunctioning and that you are not creating harm, and that you would want to be testing it on your own.
I don't disagree with you, Councilmember Johnson, that there are moral issues involved and that the cost of doing business from a reasonable person's standpoint might suggest that the applicant would incur that cost as part of their cost of doing business. But I will tell you, this is only one of a laundry list of costs of doing business that the federal government has told local governments over the last 20 years, you can't collect that cost anymore. The industry is not going to have to pay you for it. And therefore, local governments end up subsidizing the industry. I'm not saying that it's right. I'm just going back to what we've already talked about. I'm trying to advise you as to how I read the law.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right. We have Mr. Abel and Ms. Gutwein.
Thank you, Mayor. Wow, quite a list here. Let's start with, we've been talking about pole clutter. How about cabinet clutter? All of these accessory facilities they have. I mean, I can look out here toward the street, 4th Avenue here, and there are like 5 cabinets in my neighbor's yard. Are we going to have 5 cabinets plus a couple of towers in his yard now? Can we add I would propose on page 1014 of the unified document, under E, related accessory equipment, that we add item 6. Accessory equipment cannot be placed within 150 feet of existing utility accessory equipment. I guess that's an amendment. I don't know. Mr. Feldman, can we do that?
Well,
Ben, did staff think about that, or,
Yeah, I mean, you could do it. If you look at the design standards that the city has now, the design standards are written in a way that encourages the accessory equipment to be put either inside the pole or in some cases underground. So you're not putting cabinets anywhere. Now, if you have to have a cabinet, I think you can require it to be, if there's a public health and safety reason, to keep it separate from other utility accessory equipment. I don't see why you couldn't do that. I think if the industry were able to prove that they're not able to make their network work effectively by doing that, they might have an argument, but I haven't heard it yet.
Well, they can come argue with me.
Well,
all right, you're asking.
I would like to.
I get it. I'm trying to answer your questions. I'm not.
I
trying
understand that. I don't mean to interrupt you, Mr. Feldman.
So is there consensus on that, considering what was just said? Is there consensus?
May I add to that, though? Even if there's no cabinets, can they put a tower right next to where there's an installation of 4 or 5 cabinets? I would suggest that we prohibit that. We're talking aesthetics, we're talking clutter, we're talking about the way people's property appears. So,
can you clarify? Sorry,
Yeah.
Councilor Baby.
That's okay.
Can you clarify the process? And it might be worth bringing Mike Whitaker on, but you might be able to do it as well, Ken. So when the city receives an application, during that site review process, we might identify that we don't think the site they've picked is the best site, and thus suggest to them an alternative site. They can come back and say, no, we really need it right here for this radio frequency reason. But that's something I think even within the current standards that we could ask them to put it in a different location. Is that correct, Ken?
Yeah, I think that's correct, Ben. And I was going to ask Councilmember Abel a follow-up question. When you say tower, can we say you can't put a tower there? Do you mean any kind of a tower, or are we talking about a small?
I mean, any, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Are you talking about a small cell pole or a tower?
I'm talking about any of it.
All right,
There are
so
already 5 cabinets out there in front of his house. If we added a small tower, a large tower, any kind of tower, he's not going to have a view of the street anymore.
Right. Well, I would suggest to you that it's absolutely appropriate to not just say you can't put it within 500 feet, but if you're in a residential neighborhood and you want to say towers are not an allowed use in a residential neighborhood, then no macro towers. I mean, that I think your code actually says that now, but we didn't.
What about a small cell, Ken?
Yeah, but if we're talking about a small cell pole, so you're talking about a pole that's anywhere from 20 to 40 feet tall, to require a separation of a small cell pole from existing utility cabinets, yes, you can do that.
Thank you. So I suggest that as an amendment here to add a Roman numeral 6 to item E, related accessory equipment on page 1014 of the unified document.
I get a heads shaking if there's consensus. I'm seeing. Okay. There's consensus.
Can I ask a clarifying question on that? Councilmember Abel, would you like the distance to be 150 feet or the same spacing as we're indicating for a pole?
Oh, I'm saying within 150 feet because most lots, I have an exceptionally wide lot and it's 150 feet or so. So I think that's a reasonable space. We could make it 600. I wouldn't object to that at all.
Can I ask you one other question? And again, I'm not trying to direct how you should decide, but I want to make sure that council considers all the options. The way the design standards now try to focus these poles close to the lot lines. So if you say, let's say you've got 3 cabinets right by the lot line, and now we're going to say 150 feet or whatever the number is, you can't be that close to cabinets. You may end up sticking a pole right in front of somebody's front door or living room window because you have now prohibited yourselves from allowing the siding to be near the lot line because there's cabinets by the lot line. So that might be an unintended consequence of doing that.
I'm talking about the lot line running depth-wise, not along the street. We're talking about putting these things in rights of way. The rights of way is not generally 5 feet from somebody's front door.
No, I didn't suggest that it would be 5 feet from their front door. I'm just saying if it's on the corner, when somebody looks out their front door, they may have to turn to the left or turn to the right to see where that pole is. But if you've got equipment cabinets on the corners of the lot, and now you're moving the pole closer to the center of that lot, it still may be however many 100 feet away from the front door, but it's still going to be the first thing they see when they open the front door.
These things are already 20 feet wide. So you look out the front window, you see cabinets before you see any other feature.
Okay.
So, okay, I understand. So I guess, did you say there was a consensus on that, Mayor?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, I don't know where to go. The gray areas comment, Mr. Goldstein. you said to discuss the gray areas of policy before this, as we're in second reading. Do you suggest we do that still, or should we discuss those now and get amendments put forward?
I think if you want to discuss them now, that's fine. I think from staff and legal standpoint, it's very beneficial to us to have a sense of what you want to change in advance of the meeting. To ask Ken to provide legal analysis on something that might take hours of research at a meeting, I think is unreasonable. I think it's really your prerogative of council of whether you do that now or provide them in advance.
I understand that, and I'm sure there are a lot of other folks. There's 15 pages to this document, unified document. I have at least one comment on every page, as many as 5 on some pages. There are 11 of us, and I'm sure all of us have put this amount of thought into these things. So should we go over them all tonight? Should we find a way to present them in a written form and put them before council for perusal before we go into the meeting 2 weeks hence? Or do you want to be here until 7 a.m. in the morning? We have a large task in front of us. How are we going to handle it all?
I don't honestly believe I'm the one to answer that question. I think that's a question for the mayor and your fellow council members.
Okay.
Staff will be here as long as we need to be here.
Yeah.
Consider that question posed to the mayor and my fellow council members there. Thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Abel, and I think that brings some merit, right? If clearly there's a lot of different things. Some people may have nothing, right? Some people may have a few things on every page. And I debated going line for line tonight to see if that would be the best way. And I was hoping that we could maybe get some low-hanging fruit to move forward. However, and I'll open this to the body, it would make sense if, considering we have all this different language in 5 different versions, there would be a way to have some submittal for the second reading that would basically lay out what your amendments are going to be and have that produced. I think that'd be a good way to do that. And I welcome feedback. And I guess I would need either Mr. Goldstein or Ms. Hodson to weigh in as to what the time frame would be in order to make sure that that was all taken care of as well.
And along those same lines,
as you were talking.
I'm sorry. Along the same lines, we keep referring to the design aspect of this. We don't have that document in front of us. I have probably a couple of 100 pages of copy here, and I don't have that. So how are we going to comment on that if it's not in front of us?
I apologize. That document has been online for, I don't know, a year plus. Perhaps that was an oversight of staff of not including that in your materials. We can certainly make that available. It's also on the website right now. If you just type in small cell, it's the first thing that'll pop up. As far as the calendar, the packet for the 27th will have to be totally done going out on the 17th. The materials for that packet would be due at the end of this week. And in order to give Ken a little more time to perform legal analysis, knowing that he likely has other clients who he's doing work for right now, I would say ASAP to get any comments in. I know council's had these materials for a while, so my guess is, like you, Councilmember Abel, your co-councilors might already have their comments prepared and can send them over in the morning.
So,
well, I'm more than willing to go on with it all night tonight, and I'll fix breakfast for all of y'all in the morning. So
to that point, and I guess I would feel in council, I feel that this doesn't need to go by Ken anymore. I think Ken's told us to the extent possible that he feels can go and can't go. And maybe I'm missing that, but that's my understanding. Mr. Fellman, I mean, do you need to continue to review all of these when you've kind of laid it out?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I will obviously defer to the direction that I get from the city, but I think there are some of the issues that did not make it into the document one were because we clearly felt that from a legal standpoint, you couldn't do it. But there were a number of policy decisions where I've tried to explain staff wants the city council to understand the risks and the potential exposure. You might be able to do it. You might get sued. You might not get. I know there's a wide difference of opinion among some council members as to we might get sued or we'll never get sued. But I think there's at least some of the issues that council members may be likely to suggest that would at least merit a quick glance to see if there are any potential red flags in there.
Okay. So council, do you feel comfortable being able to turn those around? Basically, I mean, and we pretty much should have known what we want to do tonight, I think. Maybe jumping there by end of day tomorrow. Is that essentially when that need to be, Ben?
I don't know that I have a firm time frame in mind, but I think as quickly as possible is certainly going to give us more time to provide appropriate analysis, integrate the changes into the document for your consideration.
So council, what if we did end of day Wednesday? Would that be doable? I'm seeing a lot of yeses. Okay. Seems like we have a consensus that we could have that turned in by end of day Wednesday. Where would that go to you, Mr. Goldstein?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think that would be appropriate.
Okay. And so basically building off document one is where we were starting tonight, and then submitting your individual amendments to this document that could then be put into another codified version that would show amendments in it. That would be something that we'd be able and easily to go through on the 27th.
What I might propose is in the morning, I could share a Word version of that document with track changes turned on. And then you can go ahead and in the document, put your comments or edits directly in the document. It will still be a challenge for Ken and us to merge the 11 different versions together, but easier to get it in exactly the right spot than handwritten comments or something like that.
Okay. So
we should do Friday, like you said, because we got to meet with citizens and we should accommodate them just as much as Mr. Fellman, I would suggest.
Okay. So I have hands up. I have Mr. LeBeer and Mr. Beta.
I'll pass for now. Thanks.
Okay. Mr. Beta.
Thank you, Mayor. So I just want to kind of summarize this from at least my perspective and where I see this. I know that there's a lot of concern about the process, and I don't take any of that lightly, and I know none of us do. That we all try to give our citizens every opportunity to weigh in on something, especially as important as this. However, we have been dealing with this now for quite some time. We have gotten I just don't even know how many pages and pages of documentation from the public on this and with their concerns.
Switched around and you were on camera. Not very.
Mr. Abel, you might want to mute yourself.
So what I was saying is we've gotten pages and pages, hundreds and hundreds of pages of documents of input from, different sources from our citizens and their advisors and so forth and so on. In a perfect world, we would have done all that at once and had a long, lengthy process of, online or whatever, and, in a perfect world, but that hasn't happened. And I don't know that we anticipated having this much concern. Nevertheless, having said all that, I've listened now carefully for weeks, and Mr. Feldman, to Mr. Goldstein, and to all the documents. And the bottom line is this. I feel like Mr. Feldman has, first of all, I think he's a very, very capable attorney. I don't have any problems that I can see with the advice that he's giving us. So I feel very comfortable in relying on what he's telling us, number one. Number two, I'm also very satisfied with what Mr. Goldstein has said to us on a number of occasions, several times tonight, that what they did, the staff did, was at every turn try to look at, as they crafted this document, that they tried to look at it from the perspective of our citizens and do what was best to try and protect them. He has said that several times. I have no reason to doubt that, okay? I have no reason to doubt that. Now, that's not to say there can't be room for reasonable people to differ, and there may be some things we can do to tweak this thing to make it even more robust for the benefit of the people that we represent. And those are the citizens that elected us, not the industries. But nevertheless, I feel like we have gotten a document in document one, which is very close to the limits of where we're going to be able to go legally, policy-wise, and otherwise. Because policy-wise, from my perspective, the number one policy is to represent the people that elected us and do the very best we can for them and do the very best we can to protect them within the legal bounds of the law. And I think we're very close to that. So from my perspective, if you have some tweaks to do, fine, let's do them. Let's get them done for our next meeting and move forward. I don't believe I'm going to have any of those. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bita. Ms. Gutwein?
This doesn't happen too often, but ditto to everything that Councilor Bita just said. So thank you, Councilor Bita. I well said, better said than I can do it. 11:45. So thank you. I agree. The last thing I wanted to say is I had discussed with all of you, or just mentioned, and I think also sent an email about a map. And I wanted to just circle back with that, because the reason I had brought this up was I wanted to also look at this from just an equity lens and make sure that we're not getting gaps in service, basically. And, this access to internet is becoming more and more important. Kids are having to do school online more and more, for businesses, for everything. It's incredibly important. Like many other things, I learned from Mr. Feldman and from Mr. Goldstein, there's not a ton that we are allowed to do. But one thing we are allowed to do is create a map and have some, just collect information so that we can understand where we have good service and where we don't. This could potentially be a part of Lakewood may someday want to have some kind of master plan about internet access and a plan so that when we open a ditch, we can run line similar to bike master plan or any of our other plans, so that we can be really thoughtful and ensure that we have good high quality, high speed internet and all the opportunities that come with it. My understanding is that will be created by staff and that we don't need to include that in this document. Is that correct, Mr. Goldstein?
That is correct. Staff has already shared some initial map data. I think, unfortunately, as council began getting deeper in this discussion, the industry became less willing to voluntarily share data with us. So there might be some potential gaps in the data, but certainly all new sites can be mapped, and we'll do our very best to continue to map existing sites. And we can have that as a community resource on the website.
Fantastic. I think our community will appreciate that transparency, and I think it could have uses that we don't even know at this time. But so I want to thank you for doing that, and that we don't need to make an amendment. And just a huge thank you for all that I have learned from both you, Mr. Goldstein, and you, Mr. Feldman, about all these issues. I feel like I've learned quite a bit through this process. So thanks to everyone. And that's all I have.
Ms. Springsteen?
So yeah, the internet is important, and so is the health of our children. And Mr. Campanelli told me a pretty interesting story about a child who developed leukemia living near one of these towers, and they moved away and he got better and they came back and the child died from the leukemia because they came back. And so this is a picture I took of a tower near Slants Lake in somebody's front yard in Denver. This is what they're doing in Denver. And I want to know who among you wants that in your front yard and near your baby's nursery, because that's what we really have to focus on here. And so I really think, since Mr. Davidson was not permitted to get back in and comment today purposely, and since Lynn Judson was not allowed to comment today purposely, and another member of Lakewood Broadband was purposely not allowed to comment tonight, I think we need to give a little time to get this right until Friday. And the other thing I would mention there is, as I keep talking about discrimination, I have a day job, and so I need to have a little time to get together with the citizens. So I'd like to have till Friday. And I hope you won't discriminate against a single mom who's trying to support her kids that way anymore, like you keep doing. Thank you.
Councillor Vincent?
Well, my original question, I guess it is still my question, is where are we with when you need this material for staff to get it back to us? I've heard tomorrow and I've heard Friday. I've heard several dates.
The finalized packet materials are due to the clerk's office on Friday, I believe at noon. That's a final packet ready for review, every document completed. So I think even Wednesday will put staff under, and I don't know Mr. Feldman's availability. Even Wednesday would put staff under incredible strain to integrate perhaps 15 comments, as Councilmember Abel suggested, from 11 council members. Staff will do whatever we can do to accommodate council, but the level of work you're talking about is significant. So staff would appreciate as much time as possible to get this packet material together and back to you all for review.
Well, and to that point, I think Councilman Beta stated that we've all had time to look at this. And I know I just reached out to my co-counselor to make sure that we put our comments together to send as one. So I don't know. Mr. Mayor, Ms. Hodson, where do we go?
Let's continue hearing from council. So Ms. Harrison.
Thank you. I just wanted to say that I think as far as my comments would be, document 1, we've talked about a couple of different things that council wanted to change, but that other than what we've already talked about, I think this document, I wouldn't have anything more to add to it. So in terms of that 15 comments from 11 different people, I would not be that, take me maybe 10 people. So that would be it. And the other comment that I would make is, I understand that we all have jobs and that we all have things that we have to do every single day. But we also have to balance that we ran for an elected position and agreed to do this job and put in the extra hours. So sometimes this is just how it is. It's on a short time frame and we just need to hurry. So, and I think this is one of those situations where we've had it for a really long time. We really need to get it wrapped up and done with, so we can get on to other things that are really important that we need to do as well. So thank you.
Mr. Skilling.
I appreciate and agree with the idea of trying to get any of these amendments in as soon as possible so that they can be vetted, knowing that the whole point of doing that is so that there is a vetting, because if you come with a major amendment night of, it doesn't have that vetting. Nobody's going to be able to rely on it because it either doesn't have a staff vetting, it doesn't have a legal vetting. So I think that's the point of that. With that said, that does not, unless somebody wants to correct me on this, preclude us from bringing an amendment if we feel that we need to bring an amendment for whatever reason. It just hasn't gone through a lot of those same processes. So it's not as if, for the public or anybody else, it's not as if any deadline we set this week, that's not some hard and fast, no more amendments can come in. It's just as a practical purpose. I think what I'm hearing is, as a practical necessity, if you want a major amendment vetted this late in the game, you need to get it in. And so at your own peril, you bring an amendment night of, just like we always do. I mean, we struggle with this all the time, but we make it through. And I don't think this will be too different. I'll telegraph, I don't have the 15, but I'll telegraph one. I know I'm beating a dead horse, but back to the radio frequency emissions deal, I kind of like the language from document 2, but I can see where Mr. Fellman, your language and the definitions on the emissions letter is solid. I'm just thinking what you may see from me is a requirement that there be the periodic emissions testing, something to make sure that it's not a forgotten poll. And that I think has a lot of benefit that, whether it's doing an emissions test or just making sure that everything's tip top. I think that's the amendment that you'll probably see from me once I get some good wordsmithing on that. So with that, I just wanted to clarify that I think that it's a good idea. Let's get these amendments in, but it's definitely not the end all. That night of, I expect we might see a little bit more tweaking.
Okay, well said. Okay, so is there consensus to have these in on Wednesday by 5 o'clock? Okay. So I'm seeing that will be the case, and as Mayor Pro Tem said, that doesn't preclude anything else from coming forward. So, all right. Well, I appreciate Mr. Fellman. Thank you so much for all your time. And Mr. Goldstein, Ms. Hine, and Mr. Whitaker, who's behind this curtain too tonight. Thank you, everybody, for being a part of this conversation. Mr. Skilling, your hand just went back up.
Yeah, just one quick point. I do want to thank especially Ben and Mr. Goldstein for his work on this. A lot of us have a lot of conversations with him, a lot of emails. He's been extremely responsive to it. And, meetings like this, it's complex and we're trying to understand it. He's definitely the expert on it. So I appreciate him working through our frustrations. And same goes for Mr. Fellman, who's worked with us. And I hope that I wasn't too pointed with my questions. It certainly isn't the intent. It's just, just trying to figure it out. So I appreciate that. And I appreciate you guys.
Great. All right. So we're going to go into, there's 2 council items for request. Mr. Beta, you have one. And can I just preface something too real quick, Mr. Beta? Because normally the old way was you would set this up for a study session, but Ms. Franks created some different forms. So I think one of the formats for your request would actually fit into kind of language change amendment. So basically, if you want to talk about the gist of it, and if there's consensus, then I think you just move it right into this different form, and then we don't go to a study session, just goes to an up or down vote in that form. So please. We can't hear you, sir.
There we go. Now can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So first of all, it's late and I don't want to take a lot of time on this. I'm willing to either pull it and cover it another time. There's no urgency on it. I do want to get it addressed eventually, but there's no urgency. So if you do want to go ahead forward and talk about it tonight, I'm willing to give just a brief on it. I don't think we need a study session. I agree. The language is very straightforward. I think the language that I've proposed is self-explanatory. Either you see the value of it or you don't. So, I think if we get a consensus tonight to bring it to a vote at some later time, I'm fine with that. The one thing I am interested in, I want to make sure that our citizens get a chance to comment on it. And they're not going to be able to do that at this late time tonight. So I don't know if that answers your question, Mayor, but those are my thoughts.
Yeah, no, well said. So I'm going to go to Ms. Franks because she's going to clarify for me her version or the form that she brought forward, which I think all you need to do is slip it into that. There's consensus tonight, then that's just going to make it onto the regular agenda going forward. So Ms. Franks.
Thanks, Mayor Paul. And I did want to clarify, these are not my forms. These are the forms that the entire council agreed that we would try for here. I just was on the forefront of getting them drafted. And so Councilor Beta, I think really at this point, this is a request for what I would term a minor modification to existing language. I think it can simply be transferred into that form. I can certainly help you do that. And then it just gets scheduled on the agenda for an up-down vote. It's more of a minor modification, doesn't require a lot of study, and I think that the language is self-explanatory. So for the public, it's just important for them to be aware that we created these multiple ways for council to make requests. One was for a minor legislative modification, which this fits into. It's clarifying some language, putting some constructs around it. We also have forms where we can request through the city manager. Maybe there's something operationally that we need to bring to her attention. And then we have another form where it's for either two purposes. One, we fill it out because we want to pre-stage something for our next annual planning meeting to kind of get it socialized out there. And then also for emergency things that come up, that same form can be used in those two ways. So if something is an emergency, we have mechanisms. If we want to get it teed up, we have mechanisms. If it's minor language modifications, we can evaluate that. And if it's operational. So that really helped us make sure that we had good throughput for all those different avenues to make sure everything was addressed. So Councilor Bita, I can work with you on getting yours transitioned into that form, and then it can simply be calendared.
That's fine with me.
Great, thank you. Ms. Franks, thank you, and thank you for helping to pilot this program that council gave approval to. And then Ms. Gutwein, yours is just an ask to essentially have us review a certain policy related to handicap parking during our next zoning update.
Yes. Basically, well, and this may be a small win as well, or during the annual zoning code update. Either would be fine with me. Basically, I met a resident who is paraplegic, and he and his wife still like to go to the grocery store, and the van parking is just, you need more room for a van than you do for just handicap parking. And so a lot of our grocery stores don't have that. The request is that new builds have van parking. If grocery stores do restriping to include a van spot. So, we can't retroactively require all the grocery stores, but if they're restriping, and then potentially Councilor Harrison suggested that maybe she and I will have a meeting with the store manager and see if we can, at the grocery store they go to, and see if they would voluntarily do that early. So that's the request, is for new builds, for restripes, include van parking, and then potentially, ask some businesses if they would be willing to include one.
So if I might, and I think this one is a little bit more nuanced, and so where Mr. Bita's was really just true language based upon something that just passed, kind of an addition, this might have different nuances to it through different departments or different things. So I don't know, and I'll refer to Ms. Hodson on this, if this is that easy, or if it truly should, as you had originally requested, to be something that gets placed in the update. Ms. Hodson? I can't. There you go.
So this would be something that I'd want to make sure staff, to have conversations with staff about. So how about if I do that, and then I'll be able to report back to you, Councilor Gutwein, and if it's an easy adjustment to the code, we can do that during the code update. If it's something more than that, then and then we can have that conversation at that time. I want to make sure, I think you have had preliminary conversations with at least the planning staff, is that right?
Yes. But that works for me. That, parking is one of those things that it seems like it would be simple, but it's actually not, as we all now know from experience. So that's fine. If the appropriate avenue is that, that's fine with me. It may not be so simple. That's fine.
Okay, I'll check into that. I'll look further into it.
Thank
you. All right.
Okay.
Well, that concludes our agendas. It's Tuesday morning, so we'll go through a quick round of reports. If anybody has anything, I'll start with Ward 1, Councilors Johnson and Abel, if you have anything. Nothing, Mr. Abel?
No report.
Okay. Ward 2?
We have canceled our meeting for this month. It would have been Wednesday.
Okay. Ward 3?
No report.
Okay. Ward 4?
I have something I want to say. I made a statement this week, and I'm going to make it on record here tonight. My name is Anita Springsteen. I'm a councilwoman in Lakewood, Colorado. I witnessed and filmed the forcible an unjustified use of ketamine sedation on my boyfriend, Jeremiah Axtell, during his January 2020 arrest in Lakewood. I have declined to comment up to this point because I am a witness, because city leadership is attempting to silence me through intimidation and discrimination, and because I have feared for my family's safety. However, the courageous protests regarding Elijah McClain's death from ketamine have made it clear that I must speak out to prevent other deaths in Lakewood, Aurora, and around the country. Ketamine waivers are a license to kill people who are profiled, as I saw with my own eyes. Misconduct surrounding ketamine is a statewide and national problem that must be investigated at all levels. It's my responsibility as an elected official to relay the extent of this crisis to Governor Polis and the Colorado Attorney General, and now the FBI and DOJ, who have become involved in McClain's death. I ask all of them to expand their inquiry to the use of this drug across the state. The forcible injection of ketamine is an unconstitutional violation of a person's body without consent. Body cams will help, but the culture and law need to change. I see Elijah's face every day when I look at Jeremiah. I could not live with myself if there were another Elijah in Lakewood tomorrow. So I must speak out. This has to stop right now. And I'm asking you as a council, because the Aurora City Council has had to deal with a great deal of grief over this very issue. It is our responsibility to make sure that there is not a death like Elijah McClain's in Lakewood tomorrow. And so I'm asking you to step up to the plate and prevent that. We have to put a stop to that policy right away. Thank you.
Thank you. Ward 4.
Thanks, Mayor Paul. We have our Ward 4 meeting this coming Saturday, 9:30. It will be a virtual meeting and hope you can attend. Thanks.
My only comment was I apologize, Mr. Cox, when I was thanking legal and staff, I forgot to thank you as well. You were also very responsive to a lot of email questions that we had, so sorry for that omission.
Word 5. Nothing? All right. So just real quick, certainly something we all had to endure, and either living through it or seeing the concerns and the emails that came through. Fireworks. And I think it's something that we've seen not only throughout Colorado, but throughout the nation. And so moving forward, I've had a conversation with some of the council members, and I don't know how much we can do and whether it merits a conversation with our state delegation or potentially a project for the Lakewood Advisory Commission to take a look at different things just to see. We did see a great drop when we had the big boom bash, and things are just a lot different for a lot of different reasons. So to the community, we certainly understand, and we are not tone deaf. It's just very challenging, as you can imagine, to try to pinpoint and to try to react. So let's keep that moving forward. And a couple allegations that were made, I just need to address. One is purposely leaving somebody off the rolls. I don't have the opportunity to see who's calling or to call on people. I don't control any of that. And one of the people in question was able to call in, and I'm not sure what happened on the second round. And then secondly, if council wants to look at our policies for public participation, we can do that. But I also have to run the meeting, and per our rules, we don't just allow people to come back up after they've given their presentation to dialogue and answer questions. And I know that sometimes that can be helpful, but I also have to be fair in the management of this. And if I offer one person that opportunity, that opens the floodgates to make sure that I provide that same opportunity for whoever else wants it. So I need to throw that out, as those were two unfounded allegations this evening. Actually, two of many. So thank you so much for all your hard work tonight. And I think we'll be back next week. And also, Ms. Hodson, if we could just get those, that presentation as for the budget, that'd be helpful as well.
I'll make sure. Yes, I'll make sure that that is sent out by the city clerk. And Mayor, would you allow me just to make one comment about the fireworks? So you know, over the last 7 days preceding July 4th, we received almost 900 calls to the police department complaints. It's been a huge problem. I know that the county's gotten over 2,000 calls during the same 7 days. I looked at the statistics for all of our neighboring cities, and they're all of those numbers of calls are up exponentially for whatever reason. We're all speculating as to why all of a sudden there was this enormous amount of fireworks and subsequent concerns and complaints from our citizens. Remember that we have very large fireworks sales tents just across the street from Lakewood. Think about over on Youngfield and 20th, and it's that you can buy a firework across the street, or a lot of them, and then come over to Lakewood and shoot those off. It's a big concern. We're hoping that maybe the state legislature will look at that in terms of sales in the state, or maybe in the county, maybe that can be prohibited. So we're looking closer at that, and we'll get back with you. I know the police department is very concerned. We've had other calls to service over those 7 days that involved violent crimes. And so, you know, and there's a priority for response. And so that's a concern as well. Our police chief is meeting with Westminster's police chief, I think tomorrow. If not tomorrow, it's the day after, because they're starting a circle of conversation around what can we do to be proactive to try to reduce the amount of fireworks in our community. So just know that the conversations are there. I think there's a high level of frustration on everyone's part. And I'll report back to you as we have more information. So for whatever that's worth.
Yep, super helpful. Thank you. All right, we'll adjourn the study session at 12:15 a.m. on Tuesday, July 7th. Thank you all very much. Have a good evening.